Yeah, it was a little bit of a slow start for the Broncos, but now that they've been able to get that cold start out of the way, they are warmed up and getting goal after goal. It's been 3 unanswered goals after Lubbock Christian was up 2-0. All that being said, though, Lubbock Christian are not out just yet. The Broncos need to stay on their toes because a lot of this possession has gone over to Lubbock Christian. And you can see right now, off the kickoff, they are looking for another shot, contested by Hawk. Now Woozy looking for the double tap, doesn't find it. Instead, will back pass to Durtho. He takes to the skies, looking for the waterfall down. Durtho's first shot not going to come through on this next round of play. Instead, Hawk looking to contest. Woozy looking to deliver that ball, but Durtho will steal it right over from the hands of Lubbock Christian. You can see how hot this contention is as Hertz takes to the skies once more. Center field from Preston. Oh!
Whoa! So close, just not quite there. Woozy going again for the shot. Not the ball. With a minute remaining, Lubbock Christian really need to find something here and find it back.
Oh. Yeah, let's see how this rotation comes out. It comes right out of the sidewall, and already pre-reading the jump was Hawk. He gets a good shot in right underneath Woozy. The defense getting broken right there, but it is a tie game. Boise State not out. Now coming into the next kickoff. We only have 50 seconds left on the clock before this OT. The Broncos would love to just take a win outright. Oh, nice bump. Oh!
Defender coming up at me, but when I knock them off course, it's not going to happen. Watch this from Woozy knocking them off a little bit off course, making all of that free read completely for nothing. 40 seconds to hold on to a 1-point lead, and the Broncos will take game 1. We've seen them do it before. Now can they just do it again?
Yeah, maybe taking a page out of the blue turf. The Broncos football kind of shoulder checking mid-air right there for a great defense. Now Woozy off into the corner, will deliver the ball into the side of Lubbock Christian. Looking for another shot to come through. Durtho doesn't find his man just yet. Woozy still playing back, has to break through one defender, is able to do just that. Into the corner the ball goes, but is contested. 10 seconds left on the clock. Broncos, if they can just play defense, they can take this game 1. Hawk finds the block, spikes the ball down. Broncos on the offense, sent back to Hawk. Ball just needs to hit the ground, and it does. Broncos 4-3. We'll take game 1.
Yeah, that was a good game out of the Broncos. They were able to claw back the lead. They were down 2 in the beginning, scoring 2 back-to-back, going down 1 to Lubbock, and then just blowing past them from there. They almost got that shot. If it didn't touch the ground, I think Hawk would have been in a good position. But just looking at the stat map, look at Hawk's accolades. Carry of the match, but Boise State a little bit more rounded. I think that's what allowed them to really take the day on this one.
Yeah, and it was a good display coming out early from Lubbock Christian, right? 2 back-to-back goals to start off the game. But we know how our Broncos can be. Boise State, when it comes to facing off against certain teams, sometimes it's a little bit of a warm-up period. Sometimes think of it as like boxing, right? You got to feel out your jabs before you go for those heavy shots, and that's what we got out of the Broncos this time. They took a strong lead, 3 back-to-back goals to take the lead, and even with the tie game, 50 seconds left on the clock, they will get the go-ahead goal.
That is 100% fair, especially playing so many games in a row against different opponents, too. It's incredibly important that you're able to really feel out the team you're playing against.
Yeah.
I feel like once they found out that who their carry was, who was the best player on the team, both in shots and saves, and that happened to be Hawk in this instance with Lubbock Christian, we saw them really start to target him a lot more. We saw a lot more bumps onto him from his shots. We saw a lot more demo attempts on him. I mean, specifically, Woozy was on him quite a lot during that whole game, and I feel like being able to identify that in a game that's constantly incredibly well. As we move into the next game, Hertz trying to get away from the attackers of Preston, just putting the pedal onto the metal, putting it right from the goal, but Hertz sounding the alarm is going to.
And Lubbock Christian have been more solid when it comes to a lot of those kickoffs, but in this game too, it's finally the Broncos who are getting a kickoff into their favor. Now Woozy looking to deliver the ball forward. It goes into the corner. Hertz following it through, but Preston is there to continue the momentum, continue the pressure. Now knocked over by Durtho from the corner. Finally, Hawk will send it downfield, looking for the setup, passes it over. No one on his end to catch it other than a Bronco, and the Bronco will look for the aerial. Pass over to Woozy. Woozy knocks it off to the side. Hawk trying to put a stop to that. Woozy still chasing through, but the ball getting knocked off. Suddenly, Preston is there to make a good save right in time to stop Storm's shot. It's centered up once again for Woozy to look for something. 50-50 goes the way of the Broncos. Now Durtho marking that ball center field, heads over to Bronco territory. Always a big contest coming out from Lubbock Christian. Scoreless game so far, might change as in the corner, Storm fighting for it, gets bumped by Durtho all the meanwhile. Hurts stepping up, stepping forward, has a chance for a shot. It goes so close, but the Broncos, their defense is hard to break. As now the back pass, Preston up into the skies. Hurts fights for it, gets the pass over to Storm. Storm looking to center it up, but Durtho is there to intercept the ball and send it back over to Lubbock Christian's side. Now Preston tries to spike. Doesn't exactly find what he's looking for. Woozy, 50-50 contest, goes Storm's way. Just like that, up the sidewall once more, center field. It's lined up for Lubbock Christian to go for their shot. Storm still centering it up the sidewall again. Preston will contest into the corner, and now Woozy trying to seize this opportunity, gets through one defender. Incredible shot by Woozy.
After 2.5 minutes, first person to put a score on the board. How fitting that it is Woozy, the guy who's been attacking this thing incredibly consistently throughout the entirety of the game, just really laying down the pressure onto Lubbock Christian. We've seen it throughout the entire game, and now all they have to do is hold on to it. All you need is 1-point goal to win, but with Durtho getting demoed early on, it might be hard to get that early offensive. Hurts pushing it right over the attacking players from Boise State, trying to get it over the goal line. It's going to be met by Preston in the end. Taking it up on the sidewall, pushing it towards the center. Going to be met by Woozy, pushed right back up to Preston. But right in the goal from halfway downtown. And looks like Boise State takes a commanding lead with just under halftime remaining.
And look at how open that net was. That was just kind of a love tap by Woozy there to get the ball going forward. But because no one was there to defend in time, not enough boost, not enough positioning, it's the Broncos getting 2-0, and they're looking to make it 3. So close. Durtho going quick on the offensive there.
Man, that was an incredibly close one. If it was just a little bit farther forward, I don't think Lubbock Christian was coming back from that one. However, Broncos forced on offense. Preston and Durtho just already putting on a masterclass of saves. If only they were there for Lubbock Christian the last time.
Preston
going to push it up, showing they can play some offense too. But Hawk is going to save it out this time. It just goes to show you that double, triple commit is really nice, but you need somebody on defense sometimes, and that's really when it starts to fail. Boise State's done a good job at sort of rotating their players in and out and catching those double commits. But Durtho push it right in and right off the defender for yet another goal, setting themselves 3-0.
I love the way Woozy moved out of the way just in time, realizing that Preston had to set up for Durtho. Great pass comes in from Preston. Durtho's already reading it, taking it to the skies, and slams that thing down. 3-0. Lubbock Christian yet to get on the board, and Preston will expand that lead to 4.
I feel like that was just shooting gallery for Preston there. No defenders in sight, just open goal right where he wanted it. Easy as pie, able to put that thing in there. Currently sitting 4-0, a minute 30 left. Lubbock Christian are still far from out of this. It's not like it's 0-10. He's still got quite a bit of time left on the clock, but they're going to have to put on a masterclass Rocket League performance if they want to find themselves with a win here. And with Woozy playing the defense, I don't really think that's going to happen, especially with the bumps that are going on from Boise State. At
this point, Lubbock Christian need a goal every 20 seconds if they want to still be in this. That is tough to have to get through, and that lead's only expanding, man. 5-0. For the Broncos, as another beautiful shot comes in. Take another look at this. Woozy off the sidewall, gets it right underneath Hurts, reads where Hurts is going for the block, and will send it in just below. Now 5-0, Broncos not relenting whatsoever. They're staying hot in this game as Hurts goes on the aerial. We'll get a 50-50 contest going through. Dirt, though, now flip reset gets stolen away. Storm is there in time. Preston gets a flip reset of his own. Double flip reset. Goes for the pass. Doesn't quite get it. Woozy was on the back end to receive it. Dirt, though, now looking for the angle, but Storm is there to knock the ball off target. Hurts up the sidewall. Now we'll get the pass from Preston. It's stolen away. Center field as Woozy pass to Preston. Preston again looking for another shot to come through. Wants to expand that lead to 6-0. Now we only have 30 seconds left on the clock for Lubbock Christian to do anything, and it's looking like doom and gloom for them as Boise State holding a phenomenal lead.
Yeah, well, you can't have light without dark, and for all the doom and gloom on the Lubbock side, Boise State seems to be having a field day with them. From the looks of things, at 15 seconds remaining, it's fairly safe to say Boise State have this one in the bag, tied up and sealed. 9 seconds remaining. Can Lubbock Christian put at least one on the board so they don't open a donut shop? No. Durtho rubbing a little bit more in there, getting another goal on the board, sitting at 6-0 to finish off the round.
I don't blame Lubbock Christian for going full offensive and kind of leaving a hole in the defense, because at this point you really need to try and get goals in. But you can see that they've pretty much accepted their fate, accepted their reality. Players already logging off, and right now Boise are just having a fine, good time.
Yep, we got 0-7. Call James Bond. He loves that combination of numbers. But from the looks of things, Boise State are going to be winning this fairly handily. I mean, first, I got to hand it to Lubbock Christian. Really good first game, really back and forth. We saw a lot of good plays out of both teams, especially keeping it really close in the end there. However, second game, it all just kind of fell apart for them. Boise State was able to get on the offensive, and it took them 2.5 minutes to get there. But once they got there, they just never let up. They kept going, kept pushing, kept hammering it home, and it just happened to work out for them really well.
It's a great display coming from the entire team. And what we see is really good team play coming out from Boise State, right? A lot of these goals that they were able to get, especially early on, were made off of great passing plays, great offensive plays as well. Woozy was able to break through 2 defenders, sends it over the top of one, below another for, I believe that was around goal 3 that we were able to get on the board, as well as that passing play where Woozy breaks off from the ball from Preston, knocking it up high, passes it over to Durtho. It's a team effort, it's a team game, and Boise State know how to play as a team.
Also, just the ability to capitalize on weaknesses in the enemy team is something that we saw a lot out of Boise State in this game as well. The amount of time, every single time that the defenders pushed forward a little bit too much, or there was a double commit that maybe wouldn't have worked out, you always saw Boise State starting to take the initiative. And while it didn't always result in a goal, it pretty much it did most of the time. Whenever it counted, it resulted in a goal, and you really got to hand that to Boise State. And once again, we go back to that team play that we were talking about beforehand. Just we saw consistent play out of these guys over and over again, and I feel like that's what ended up winning them the day.
Important thing to note right now, with this win, this puts Boise State 3 wins away from qualifying into league play of the CRL. So they're getting closer, ever so closer. Their next opponent, at least on the bracket so far, does say LCU Blue. So we'll see if that ends up being the case and they do contest there. But 3 more wins, man. If they can just keep it together and keep that level of play 3 more times, then we could see them in the CRL.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I feel like that is completely within the realm of possibility for these guys. We've seen a lot out of them this year. We've seen a lot of growth in them. And overall, if the beginning of this tournament has any sort of merit on how it's going to go afterwards, I think Boise State is going to have a really good time. We've seen a few really close first games, and then every game after that has been a very, very Boise State-sided win. So I think that also, it shows the power of a best-of-3 game. You only got 2 games to really get it.
You got to be fast.
You only got to win 2 games. However, that means you're only playing 3 at maximum. It means you got a lot less time to really feel out your opponent. You got a lot less time to just get a feel for the game in general. And everything's happening so quick. It's almost like lightning trivia. It's like you start to get your head around one thing, and then you got to adjust to the next, and then you got to adjust to the next. And I feel like Boise State have done a really good job at adjusting.
We've seen that, especially within the last couple of weeks of Boise State, because they went to the Hawaii Invitational. Big match to have, because that means Baylor's there. Baylor literally has a team of 3 players who play in pro. That's a big deal to have to go against. And to go 5-0 in your group against Baylor, That is an amazing accomplishment. They continue on. Of course, they didn't beat Baylor in the playoffs, rough ending there, but still, it's hard to beat a team of that caliber twice in one day. All the credit to them. They were still able to get the better on one end of it. But then you go into the Syracuse game that they had in the PEC. From there, it starts off 2-0 Syracuse, and it seems like, the Broncos are going down. They show this fine-tuning, that adjustment that we know they are able to make, and they're able to take that in a reverse sweep. So they're showing that momentum's on their side. They're getting into that playoffs form that we expect them for the PEC. And even right here with the CRL, they are throwing haymakers to take down these teams. But off of that note, we are going to take a moment to throw it over a short break while we get ready for our next game of the CRL Open Qualifiers number 2.
Now earn up to 4 times the rewards with the ICCU Premier Rewards Visa credit card. It's the credit card from the credit union you love.
My friends know me as Derek, but I'm also Master Sergeant Raxter. This is my life in the Air National Guard.
Since you guys have been in here, some things have changed. We've updated this place to be in its final form. New cabinets, new counters, all sorts of new stuff in here. This has turned into a place that wouldn't look out of place at an SEC or Big Ten football facility, and Dairy West has allowed us to have it here. We've taken a holistic approach to our player nutrition, and we're really thankful that Dairy West has made sure that our fueling station is the best in college esports and really at industry standard for any college athletic department.
Please, about to start the show, better take your seats.
Now earn up to 4 times the rewards with the ICCU Premier Rewards Visa credit card. It's the credit card from the credit union you love.
How's it look so far?
Right in my house.
Comfortable?
Yes.
Times and places all in who you share them with. Joy,
I got in.
who you share it with.
This is a great use of your home equity.
Who you share it with.
Scott Matlock, underrated recruit, has built himself into one of the best defensive players in the Mountain West.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. It's finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. It's when your unrelenting spirit sees the world's needs and says, I will create something better. So, what will you do? Will you let your genius run wild? Give yourself the space to be great. Set your sights on something even bigger, because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Boise State Esports Arena. We do have some quick corrections for you. That last game was Northern Illinois University, who just went down to Boise State. But now the Broncos have another team that's currently in the crosshairs, or should I say in their windshield. I gotta phrase this right for the Rocket Cars, right? That's gonna be Lubbock Christian.
Yeah, the actual Lubbock Christian this time around. We're calling them the right one, and that game is actually already underway. We currently have the Broncos leading 2-0 currently, and we're starting to see a lot of what we saw out of the Broncos the last time around. Just a lot of good team play, just consistent play really as well. I mean, coming off the back of a goal, we got 3 minutes left in the round. This is only game one, but the real Lubbock Christian is looking to be in a little bit of a pickle here.
Good, man. Will the real Lubbock Christian please stand up? Apparently is going to be the theme here. But here we go in the game already, 2-0 for the Broncos. Again, they win this. They need to win 2 more matches to qualify for CRL League play. And already coming in for another shot, not going to find it. Durtho coming through, gets the pass over to Woozy and Durtho. You can see the setup now coming out as already on the high angle, goes off the crossbar, has another chance, gets blocked away just in time for Lubbock Christian, but the Broncos aren't stomping.
Yeah, you got to hand it to Lubbock Christian. They played that really well. You had players like Process in the perfect spot at the perfect time, but Nistrium is going to get the demo onto Woozy. That's going to halt a lot of the offensive pressure. However, Durtho still just putting it up as a one-man army there. Woozy going up to the center is going to take it off the top, pushing it over to Preston, grabbing the ball once again, almost on a full tank of boost, has a lot of resources to work with. Him and Durtho really just pressuring out that ball, but Process, he's shown his own process. He's got a way of doing things, and they're going to try and do it his way. However, his process seems to be a little flawed as Woozy is going to take the ball away from him, passing it right over to Preston.
Durtho's right there, reads the pass, looking for the double tap, back pass over to Woozy. So close it was, but Preston wants to get the double tap. It's beautiful for the Broncos, 3-0.
Yeah, and I feel like I think we're starting to see the Durtho Classic get turned into every single person on the Broncos Classic. Preston really putting up the double tap numbers that we previously knew Durtho for. I mean, you just bring it up there, you push it off the back, the goal line, and then tap off yourself. Process with a good save, but it is going to cost him his life. Nistrium is going to try and take it over, and it's going to work out fairly well for him. But however, Lubbock Christian now has to put the ball in the goal, and with Preston right back on the front lines, it's going to be a lot harder. Beastie with the pass over to Nistrium, pushing it right over to the goal, but Woozy, once again, going to be a thorn in the side, and Preston going to push it back over to the midline.
Yeah, I really got to say, Preston has been standing out in these last couple of weeks. We had an interview with Woozy saying that Preston was the backbone of this team and just hasn't been given as many opportunities to kind of show off his playmaking abilities. And now that the team's really lining up with him, it's been great to see. Shot now comes in from Lubbock Christian.
Whoa.
A long slam, but it will get Lubbock Christian on the board, all brought to you by Beastie.
Man, talk about a long bomb out of Beastie, just putting it right in that corner. I mean, game recognizes game. That was a pretty good shot. However, they still gotta get 2 more goals, and it took them 4 minutes to score that one. They gotta exponentially increase the pace, but with nobody to guard, Nistrium going to find the second one.
Hey, you asked for it. You said they gotta increase that pace exponentially, and I think that was a cast your blessing accidentally. It's kind of a curse if you're a Broncos fan, then that's what we are right here. But hey, it's still a lead for Boise State. They'll be 1 up. There's still a minute left on the board. And again, the kickoff is beautiful for Lubbock Christian. The block isn't found. Lubbock Christian so quickly within the last 30 seconds have tied up the game.
Man, what a play off the kickoff, just getting it over to Beastie and right where it needs to be. But we've seen the Broncos come up better. We saw it in the last game they played, game 1. It got really close in the end. In fact, it was 3-3, but with Preston pushing it towards the goal, it is going to get blocked off, but that is a good way to start it off. Woozy not able to read it quite right, but Durtho is going to be the one to push it away past Beastie. Process with the ball, or trying to grab the ball once again, is going to throw it over to Woozy. Ball right back on the Lubbock Christian side. Process taking it over, looking to find that 100 boost. Isn't quite going to get it. Hands it over to his other teammate. Durtho with the ball, but Process going to bounce it off the defender.
4 unanswered goals coming out for Lubbock Christian. A lot of this was off kickoff. If felt like they misread what Lubbock Christian was looking to do. And now the Broncos are going to find themselves on the back foot. They need to act fast. They got 30 seconds block to tie up this game, or even try and find the go-ahead goal. Now Preston can find a bump, gets it into the corner, up the sidewall. Broncos looking to lead this through. Pass down, sends it over to Durtho. Durtho has a shot off the side, just slightly left. Needed to get that on target. Now demo comes out from Durtho. The contest goes Preston's way, but the demo does not. But the Christians still have the lead, and there's only 5 seconds left. The Broncos, they need to act fast. They send it up. Preston looking to tie the game. Woozy on the back foot, but it gets spiked down. Bumped up by Durtho. Durtho looking to hold control, but the block is found, and Lubbock Christian will take game one.
Yeah, we saw a lot of good goals on the Lubbock Christian, especially those 3 goals in less than a minute to really tie up the game. We saw a little bit, we saw some really good plays out of Lubbock Christian. Boise State also had some good plays in there. However, in the end, they just weren't quite able to tie that one up. I do think, though, with 2 more games left to go, they still got a chance to really pull this one back.
Yeah, I imagine we're going into 3 games quite easily. The Broncos, a lot of these missteps were around the kickoffs. They gave up what was essentially 2 goals very early on off to the kickoffs of Lubbock Christian. Those are things you can adapt to. Those are things you can come and maneuver around and look to try and improve, figure out what their game plan is and adjust accordingly. So with the way the game went, I still think this is favored in the Broncos' direction. But Lubbock Christian showing that you can't underestimate them, especially in those kickoffs.
Yeah, you really can't underestimate how much those thorns hurt. I mean, they just kind of get in there and they really hurt you out in the end. And a few mistakes can really compound on each other. And I feel like we really saw that in this game here. However, you can always pull out a thorn. It's never super permanent. So I think that once Boise State really finds out how we're going to stop doing this, I think they can set themselves up for success very well.
Yeah, so going into this next one, I want to see the Broncos get active on that offense, and they're already looking for it. I mean, so far the kickoff's looking okay. Process taking it to the skies, off the sidewall, sends a pass, but it's in the corner now for Woozy to receive it on the opposite end. Needs to get past Nasirium. Up the sidewall once more, but it's still in the favor of Lubbock Christian. 50-50 contest out of Preston in the air. Now reading the shot is Nasirium, but Preston is quick to get the defense going, being that powerhouse that is needed for the Broncos. Process still reading it out on the back end, but the Broncos have their way to move forward, to move in. Gets it over the top. Preston will bump it down. And now Demo comes in. Beastie gets taken out. Woozy gets a very quick save right there. Now Durtho into center field. Woozy going off the top. Durtho on the aerial will look for a flip reset. Is able to find it. Gets it past. Beastie gets the save just in time. Broncos not done yet though. And Process will be able to interfere.
Yeah, Durtho with the ball once again, pushing it over to Woozy, trying to take it right back to the goal line. Beastie's going to get there, not quite. Beastie's going to be the one to take it away in the end, but Durtho, once again on the contest, no goals have been scored yet. It's been over almost a minute and a half, and we still haven't put any points on the board. Process looking to put one in, but isn't quite going to find it. We're looking at some really close games here as Nidstrium is going to get a demo, making it a little bit harder to get that offensive pressure really mounted. However, Woozy and Preston are going to be right there on the goal, but Process sneaking it right under him.
I'll be honest, that might have been one of the slowest demos I've ever seen, but ultimately Lubbock Christian, they play around it well. They keep the offensive pressure going through, and that makes it difficult for the Broncos to respond, especially coming off the back end of the demo. You don't have much boost when you come off of that spawn, so Lubbock Christian playing well to their strengths as we go into the next kickoff. The Broncos will be on the back foot once again. 50-50, sends it into the corner. Center field, off the sidewall. Now Process. Durtho gets the misread, and Lubbock Christian off of Beastie. A nice pass will get the goal.
I feel like we've seen a lot better passes out of Lubbock Christian in this game, especially between Beastie and Process.
Nisrian is really good at disrupting the play as well, and I feel like the Broncos haven't really found a way to adapt to it quite yet. We've seen them kind of get a little bit mixed up in a lot of spots. However, it looks like they might be looking to keep that as Uzi is going to take the ball on the ground. Durtho with the ball, pushing it towards the goal line. However, it's going to go away off the crossbar. Uzi trying to put it back, but Beastie is going to be the one to grab it away.
Oh, but Woozy's not done though. Process, he's been very tricky to have to get the ball from. Has been playing excellent defense for Lubbock Christian. That's what's been keeping them really competitive in this game. Durtho now reading it up, sends it into the corner. Preston backing up, taking his time. Process doesn't have boost, so it might be a time to play right now. Process refuels up, is ready to get back into the game. Now Preston on the aerial flip reset, sends it over to Durtho. Durtho goes for the shot, but Process again being an absolute menace with a lot of this defense. Still Preston sending it over onto that corner. Durtho over the top. Nasirium is there. Now Durtho goes for it, doesn't find it. Woozy, another 50-50, it's blocked. Beastie gets the better. Preston on the back end, off of the corner, looking for it. Woozy!
There he goes. It took him a little while, but once they got Process out of the goal, they were able to really hammer it home. He went for it. He wasn't in the goal line, had to leave it up to Beastie, just wasn't quite able to get there in the end. That's what you want to see out of the Broncos.
Yeah.
Glad they're finally able to get a point on the board. Sitting at 2-1 with just under 2 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, Process has been hard to break, but here comes Preston!
There's another one!
We talked about the kickoff goals from game number 1. It was Lubbock Christian who were getting the better, but finally the Broncos pull out the playbook. A nice bump from Woozy sets up a beautiful goal to tie up the game.
That is exactly what you want to see out of the Broncos. We saw that a lot in the last game. It's what allowed Lubbock Christian to really claw their way back from the jaws of defeat. However, now Boise State is starting to use it right there, right in their toolbox. They finally stole it from the tool belt of Lubbock Christian and are now putting their own name on it with their label maker. However, Beastie taking the ball up the right-hand side. Durtho and Preston both fighting for the ball. It is going to grab, they're going to grab it a little bit, try to push it towards the goal, but the Process going to be the one to take it away. Looks like Durtho taking the ball once again towards the goal line. Isn't quite going to find it as Durtho pushing it right back to Woozy, looking to set up another offensive push.
Ooh, a little tough right there. Was hoping that it'd get sent back over to Lubbock Christian's way, but now over the top, Beastie's there, and so is Process. Process doesn't have much boost, so right now, looking for a good counter punch is going to be the Broncos, but they don't really get it in the way they were hoping for. Lubbock Christian able to refuel. Beastie gets the demo onto Woozy. Durtho reads the jump, locks it away over the top of Beastie into the corner. Once more, but here we go.
Shot out of Preston.
Shot out of Preston gets blocked by Beastie. We got 40 seconds left on the clock. Challenging in the air is the Broncos. Nasirium into the corner. Durtho will bump in center field.
Yeah, Beastie looking to push it away, has to take it towards the goal line to really get that ball right back to where he wants it. However, Broncos going to be in the air already. They're ready to take this one away. 20 seconds left on the clock to score a goal for either team to put them ahead. One more win takes Lubbock Christian with another win in the series. However, the Broncos are still fighting for that game 3. 10 seconds left. Woozy with the demo might make it a little bit easier to get it past the defenders. 5 seconds and counting. Both teams looking to push this thing into overtime. 1 second left. This ball touches the ground and we are in overtime and it is triggered. It's time for the Broncos to really show their mettle. Who's going to get the kickoff goal to start this off?
What do we got on the kickoff? Woozy looking to read it over the top of Nasirium. Doesn't get it past Process though, who goes for the long shot. Had it basically on net, but not on target as the defense of the Broncos comes through. Sent over on the opposite corner. Woozy looking to read the ball, looks for the pass over. Beastie intercepts. Now it's in the Broncos corner that Preston's looking to try and find a good punch through. Durtho over the top, 2 defenders. He has to get through. Preston now in the opposite corner. Preston fighting for possession of the ball. Will just demo to get that possession And now the fight coming out from Woozy, sends it over the top. Shot going to be blocked by Beastie. Durtho reading it up the sidewall, looks to challenge for the 50-50, but Process in the back pocket. Now Preston knocks it off target, not going to allow Process that shot, not going to allow him the time of day on the aerial. Gets red, 50 contest, knocks it off target, but there's Woozy over in the side. Durtho looking for the shot, 50-50 again, goes neutral this time, up the sidewall. Preston on the aerial, looks for the flip reset, but again, Process running that interference. Finally, Woozy breaks through him, sends it out of the corner, but punched through by Nasirium.
Man, just talk about a back and forth boxing match between both these teams. Boise State putting on a relentless offense and still putting it on. Only stopped by a demo to Preston, and even then it doesn't stop the ball from going towards the goal. Process with another save is going to get it over Woozy, trying to get it towards the goal, but Preston is just going to stop him at every single point in their offense, not able to get it forward off their crossbar, trying to push it in, but it's not going to go. Boise State is not giving up that easy. Nistrium trying to put it right back in the goal. However, Woozy is right up there to put it away. Beastie trying to get back towards the ball, but isn't quite going to find it until it's already hit the back wall. He does get it over up on the right side, trying to get it over. Preston is going to be the one to bump him away. However, with Woozy still in the net, nothing's going to come out of it. 2 minutes into overtime, not a single person has even come really close to scoring an uncontested goal. Process once again pushing it right towards the Boise State goal line, but a demo is going to stop that right in his tracks. His process was flawed as Beastie is trying to recover.
Yeah, Durtho up the side wall. It's Process looking for control. 3 defenders against Woozy. Gets sent over. Ooh, the goal is looking open, so Preston needs to jump in there quick. Does exactly just that. Up the sidewall into the corner. Here we go. Preston passes it over, looks for Woozy. Woozy sends it into the corner. Opposite side. Nasirium now taking on the aerial, finds the flip reset. Durtho looking to get through. Shot comes in. Preston gets a brilliant save to keep the Broncos alive. Another shot now coming in. Preston is quick with it, though, as he goes to play that defense once again. The powerhouse we know. Nasirium into the corner, sends it over, looking for the shot. Durtho will not allow it to be lined up. Beastie, this offense from Lubbock Christian, it's been hard to break through, as now another demo. Durtho finds it this time. Beastie goes down. He's slain. Process up the sidewall, sends it over. Beastie's in position. Broncos need to act fast, and that's exactly what they do.
There we go. That is exactly what you want to see. Woozy trying to take the ball away. It's going to get knocked away by Nicelian. And unfortunately for them, it's not going to result in anything. Lubbock Christian is not able to really get another offensive push. Preston trying to hang back a little bit, waiting for that ball to come over just in case, but Woozy is going to keep the offense rolling. Durtho going up to meet it is actually going to give it to Preston. What's he going to do with it? He's going to get the demo, but off the crossbar, it's going to be saved out by Nistrium. Durtho with the ball, trying to find a spot to sneak it in off the crossbar. Over to Preston. Can he put it in? Yes! Preston puts it in. Boise State ties up the round. We are sitting at 1-1, and both teams are going into match point.
That was the most intense overtime I've watched in a long time, man. That was a tough, hard-fought win for the Broncos, but man, they fought. It was a difficult task to get through this relentless offense that came out from Lubbock Christian. I really have to admit, they threw everything they could and the kitchen sink, but we saw critical saves coming out, especially Preston, able to block not only shots that were almost about to get into goal, but actually floating up and stopping Lubbock Christian in the aerials. It was some brilliant stuff to come out from the Broncos to make sure they were going to stay alive. And when they found their offense, they found it beautifully.
Yeah, we saw a lot of really good play. I mean, that was almost a 5-minute overtime. The entirety of a regulation game, all condensed into overtime just to score a single point. We saw both teams just lock in a way that we hadn't seen before. And really, it was very impressive how they were able to get this done.
I really appreciate some of the relentlessness that we saw from the Broncos there, and not letting it kind of get into their heads. They were still able to hold firm and be steadfast in the presence of Lubbock Christian, especially after a game like Game 1. It can be very tilting to know you have such a strong lead, and to have that game essentially went the way it went over to Lubbock Christian. holding it together, not allowing for that to really break their mental, shows how stable this team is in the face of adversity as we go into what could be the series-defining Game 3 right here. Pass over. Uzi will send it downfield. Beastie, 50-50 contest. It's Durtho who gets it, has the pass to Preston. Bump out coming from Process will stop that offensive from coming through.
Yeah, Durtho trying to take ball away is actually going to knock it up towards the ceiling. Right to Process, who's going to put it right back up to Preston. They just kind of seem to be playing a little bit of volleyball there in the center to start off this match. Mystrium looking to get the ball away, but is going to be contested. Woozy with the shot off the crossbar. Is it going in? No one's there to follow up as Mystrium carry that one out.
I really felt like that one should have went in, but so close it was. It's not until the entire ball is past that goalpost. Now, into the corner, Preston will fight for possession. Flipper set now coming out of Beastie. Woozy on the opposite end. Watches Durtho go for the push. Process is there to knock it in to center field, up the side while on the aerial. Does a flick, but into the opposite corner. It's time for Woozy to fight. Woozy knocks it off target before Lubbock Christian have a chance.
I think we're about to see the repeat of the overtime scenario. I mean, both teams their winning bracket life is on the line right now as Durtho tries to follow up a shot, isn't quite going to get there in time. Preston looking to get towards the goal, isn't quite going to find it, but Beastie is already pushing his way up, but with the entire Bronco defense, they are not able to find very much of anything at all. Woozy with a double tap. Not going to find it, but Preston maybe? No, off the sidewalk.
Credit to Lubbock Christian, they did get back into position after whiffing on the aerial, and now here comes the shot out of Lubbock Christian, gets blocked out by Woozy. No one on the board just yet. As we get towards 3 minutes remaining on the clock, Broncos want to change that. Now fueling back up is Lubbock Christian. Not much in the gas tank left for the Broncos, so they take this shot and they get onto the defense. Is now getting that boost back onto their side. Process will get blocked out by Preston.
Yeah, Boise State having a pretty good stranglehold on all of the boost marks. I mean, from the looks of things, Boise State seems to be in a really good spot resource-wise to really get something good here. Preston trying to score, but it's going to get blocked out by the team. That double commit to defense definitely helped them out, but Preston now trying to play off the side, doesn't have very much contention, but Beastie with the shot, it's going to go wide. Boise State have a shot to get back. Durtho unfortunately finds himself on the wrong end of a demo, and he's demoed again. Man, these guys do not like Durtho for whatever reason.
Yeah, and Assyrium playing hardball right now as he breaks through Durtho twice. Now Preston, ball goes up wide. Dangerous position for the Broncos to be in. As you can see, Assyrium getting into position, gets the shot, pass over, looking for the double tap, reads the defender. This is tough for the Broncos. They need to act fast, and Woozy does just that. He will be able to get the ball back into the Broncos' possession. And now you can see Lubbock Christian trying to get into position.
Oh, there we go.
Enough, because Woozy will get the first goal of the game.
Just doinked it right off the hood. Doink. I mean, just look, watch, doink. Man, what a shot out of Woozy, just right off the defender. That's exactly what you want to see. Boise State taking a 1-0 lead with just under 2 minutes to go. This is a much better position to be in than the last round. We were sitting tied for so long. But Mystrium isn't looking too content. He doesn't like that they're down one. He's trying to get all the way up, but Beastie is going to be the one to push it back. However, it's going to be a lot harder to get it past Woozy and Preston than initially anticipated. Process having to use quite a bit of boost in order to get this ball away, and Beastie is going to be the one who has to really follow up. He's the only one who has a lot of boost, but he just got demoed, so all that boost goes down the toilet.
Yeah, but fortunate respawn coming out will send it back downfield. Now, Preston coming out from the side. Preston holding it on the aerial. Needs to get past Process. He goes Process's way, but thanks to Woozy being in the back pocket. And continue that offense. Preston on the aerial. 1 minute warning now up. Preston looking to dunk it low. Gets past.
Oh, with the phone!
Defender! Right out from position.
Oh,
and
man.
just like that, 2 up are the Broncos with less than a minute on the clock.
We just need to appreciate that play in general, dunking it down, seeing the defender, and then just swatting him away with just a clean backhand. And Preston, he's going to put a third one in, because why not?
3-0 now. We got to see that kickoff one more time. The bump came out from Woozy to knock Beastie off target. It allows Preston one of the freest goals of his life. 50 seconds is all that remains. And right now, the game plan for the Broncos, it could be defense, but they're still trying to get that ball into the net as the double tap not going to go the way he was hoping for. Process gets the block, but the Broncos so firmly in the lead.
Hey, as long as that number can go up, the Broncos are going to keep making sure it does. Boise State sitting at 3-0 with 30 seconds remaining. Durtho looking to extend that lead even more as Woozy's going to be the one to try and take it up this time. Nicelium is going to stop it. However, with the double commit, it's going to be hard to stop 2 people. And he's gone as well. The bump comes out, but the defense from Process is, well, it's a process, let me tell you that. And Durtho trying to keep this ball in control. 10 seconds left, and with 3-0 lead, I think it's safe to say Boise State are tacking on another win after a hard-fought series.
Yep, there's not much Lubbock Christian can do but watch that ball hit the ground. And with that, Lubbock Christian will fall into the lower bracket, and Boise State will improve, getting oh so close to that qualifying match. After this one, they'll have Davenport University and then the qualifier itself. This has been a great display coming out from the Broncos, and I want to say I think a lot of it came from them realizing we need a bump. We need to bump them out of position, and it worked.
Oh, tons of really good bumps throughout that entire game. I mean, we saw it in the goals especially. Like Preston, every single goal he scored was either off the back of a bump from somebody else or a dunk into a bump, like that last one we saw. We also saw a lot, honestly, saw a lot better teamwork out of Boise State in this one too. It seemed like there was a lot more communication going around. There was a lot less double commit mistakes. There was a lot less, oh, the goal is completely open, they're just going to throw it in from a kickoff. We saw that a lot in game one, where at that back half we saw kickoff goal after kickoff goal after kickoff goal that really could have been prevented if somebody just played a little bit more defense, and we saw that really get changed up.
And that's something that could have gone through the Broncos' mind, right? You don't want to be in that position where it's like, if only we defended against those 2 kickoff goals much better in game one, we would have taken the whole thing 2-0 pretty easily. You can't have that be something that lingers on you. And the Broncos, they show that resilience once again. They fight against Lubbock Christian, and in game 3, they, at that point, as contentious as it was in the early stages, once they found out this secret sauce of just bump them out of the way, then they can't defend, it looked dominating. And there's one of those bumps right there. Woozy, brilliant on the process. Playing hardball was the way to go for the Broncos.
Especially with this team's caliber too. I mean, with Preston just being able to pretty much put the ball wherever he wants into the goal, you can really get away with some stuff that other teams of lesser calibers may not be able to really do. Like the coordination that you really need to make a bump work in a team setting is incredible. I mean, you got to know who's going to do the bump, where is it going to go, when is it going to happen, do I need boost to do it, where's the ball going to be when I do this? And I feel like when you play with somebody for so long, like a lot of these players have, it really makes that communication a lot easier. And I mean, we're just seeing it over and over again with these guys, that they just know exactly what to do and when they need to do it. And when we start to see them struggle a little more, oh yeah, just get out of here.
I mean, you talk about the coordination it takes to make it on a team level. That's huge, of course, but the coordination to do it by yourself, to not only shoot, but then dive under your own ball and bump the defender out of the way to make sure it goes in, that's what the Broncos are about, man.
Yeah, it requires a whole lot of confidence in your play as well as skill. I mean, I know even if I was as skilled as these guys, which I'm not, by the way, I'm unranked in Rocket League, but I feel like, yeah, it's just something we don't see out of a whole lot of players. There's not a lot of players who can really do this, and seeing Boise State really get up there and really start to get things done, it's something that's really special about watching this team play, and we're going to see a little bit more out of it once we see them play a little bit more Rocket League against Davenport.
Yeah, that should be an interesting one coming up soon enough. And yeah, we're able to get the bracket onto your screen finally. You can see the fight that the Broncos have had, the fights that they've had to get here. They did have that bye round just because we had so many different teams in this bracket, somewhere in the ballpark of 42 teams. So they got that bye. They went against Fisher White 2-0. 2-0 against Northern Illinois University, and this is the first time they've gotten taken to a series against Lubbock Christian. You can see how close they are to that qualifier match, which you can see just at the very end of the bracket. Now, to remind our audience, if Boise State go down before that qualifier match, it is not over. You still have the lower bracket that you can play in, and if you win the lower bracket, that is another way to qualify in. So the Broncos are just on the cusp of breaking it through to league play.
Yeah, and with it being so close, it is just as important now as it was in the beginning to maintain that same level, high standard of play.
Yeah.
We've seen it out of Boise State in the past. They've done tournament runs that are even longer than this one, and they have been able to show a very consistent play style throughout that entire time. It's really important that you're able to keep up that high standard of play, because the matches, statistically, the matches are only going to get harder from here. I mean, you got hard opponents that are making their way through. You got more and more skilled opponents, but I feel like Boise State are in a really good spot to really punch their ticket all the way to the end.
Yeah, looking at Davenport, this should be an interesting matchup to say the least. They've also been pushed to a series. It was St. Clair Academy who took them to a series against Indiana. They were able to get a 2-0 there. Pretty much in a similar position to what Boise have gone through so far, which is 3 matches, only one of them being a series. So I think, especially once we get into the later stages of a bracket, this is where more and more talent starts to show, and this is where you're going to get pushed more and more. Difficulty level going to incrementally be stepped up.
Also, I would like to point out, it's also where the entertainment starts to get a lot better as well. I mean,
Yeah.
think about Game 2 of the last series. That was a 4-minute overtime that was just incredibly back and forth the entire time. Nobody was really like, oh, this is the team that's going to win. This is like no question, no holds bar. It was incredibly close all the way to the end, and just Boise State was able to punch their ticket right there in the end there, and that's exactly what allowed them to win the series in total. I feel like that is something that we should expect more going into this one, but I feel like Boise State has a really good shot to really make their whole way through.
And I do want to reiterate on some of the changes that we've seen from Boise coming through this. In some of the matches they've had, right, it's been kind of the traditional Boise State that we know, where it's going for the highlight reel plays, cool shots, aerials, team synergy, team passes into goals. I think this is the first time we saw Boise really pushed, obviously because it went to a series, but it's also one of the first times we saw them make adjustments to their play. We've seen it in the past against different teams where they get their backs put against the wall and have to adjust to some degree, some level, to be able to stay in a tournament or stay in a match. This one, it was like, okay, we need to adjust to, one, Lubbock Christian have really good kickoffs. We need to be able to read those and outdo them. We saw that in the replays, right? Woozy got a bump, and it allowed Preston to get an open net goal. Number 2, we need to get more bumps in as a whole in order to stop the defense of Lubbock Christian from stopping us from getting our goals and getting the go-ahead against what was a tough opponent. So these adaptions is really where I'm going to be focusing on, because we're going to see them more and more where they start to expand their play, put different dimensions into their play in order to take down what are going to be tougher opponents.
Also, I feel like something that kind of gets put a little bit more under the radar when it comes to just whole skill expression is the communication between the team as well.
Yeah.
We've been seeing a few mistakes here and there, but definitely a lot less in the last game than we saw in the games before. I feel like that communication is definitely bumped up in its standard as well. And as the tournament goes on, it gets a lot harder to really communicate with people. I mean, you're talking for hours, games on end, and it can get exhausting. So building up that mental fortitude, building up that stamina to really get going, really get pushing forward is incredibly important, and almost as important as having the mechanical skill as a whole. I mean, obviously, your communication doesn't really matter if you don't have the skills to back it up, but also, your mechanical skills can only take you so far if you're not communicating with your team, and I feel like we've seen Boise State really show that they are in tune with each other, in tune with the game, and really know how to get things done.
Now, let's reflect on the tournament as a whole. There are 2 qualifiers. Now, first qualifier already finished in February 15th. Definitely had some big names that came through that. To list the teams that qualified, it was Maryville, Fisher, Winthrop, St. Clair, Northwood, West Virginia, Cumberland, and Concord, which means those are also big names that are not going to be participating in this tournament specifically, this open qualifier number 2. So 8 teams can make it through, but there are only 4 pools. So you only really have 2 chances to break through. So that makes it pretty tough on the competitive end. I know Baylor is in pool 1, so we shouldn't be seeing them in our pool, but it does make it a pretty interesting kind of spectrum of Rocket League play that we have throughout the entirety of this. As now we are getting word we're finally ready for the Davenport game. We're already off into the kickoff. We'll see what Davenport can bring to the Broncos, as the Broncos only 1 game away from that qualifying matchup.
Yeah, Bolte and Cam both setting up in that corner, looking to really get something done. Bolte's going to be the one to take it away. Durtho goes out down a little bit short, but Preston almost just sneaking one in there. Brock, like a rock, is going to stand right in the way, but Preston with the shot over to Durtho. It's going in. Boise State puts the first point on the board with 30 seconds elapsed. That is a much better change of pace.
This was complete chaos, man. There were so many different angles that were being taken. It was a lot of aggressive play. Ultimately, Boise State, they do punch one through to start us off. And that came in within the first 30 seconds, so going to feel good for the Broncos. They still have to keep this type of play up as Cam reads the play going up. It's Preston who's taking it off into the corner, looking for the side shot. Goes for the bump as well. Again, we're seeing those aggressive bumps coming out from the Broncos.
Yeah, Durtho, once again, trying to find the ball, is going to challenge Cam up top for it. Woozy is going to push it out. Brock is going to be the one to receive it as he sinks down. But, and the demo from Woozy. Man, calling him a construction worker with all the demos he's been doing. However, Durtho is not going to quite find the ball once again. However, Woozy is going to be the one to take it this time around. Cam going to be pushing it away over to the Broncos side of the field, looking to make a shot on goal. However, Broncos are right where they need to be, as Woozy is going to take it away.
So this is something we've seen from the Broncos a lot, where you'll have your first defensive man in someone like Durtho look for a block, and then you have someone in the back pocket to find the follow-up for what could be a fake out. Preston's done it in the past. This time it was Woozy who did it. But still, Davenport are going to be on the offensive here. The Broncos trying to get out of this corner and be able to throw punches of their own. And that's going to be the case right now as they get it out into the opposing corner. Still coming through, looking for the shot. Great save from Preston. It gets read right through to the corner. Durtho going for the aerial, but gets beat out to the punch from Bolte. Now Woozy off the corner into the sidewall. Follows it up the sidewall, gets it past one of the defenders, has an open net, needs the double tap. Durtho is there to get goal number 2.
I mean, that just shows off the teamwork that we were talking about a little bit before the game started. I mean, Woozy just pushing it over. He wasn't going to get it in. However, he knew Durtho was there. It's like, here you go, friendo. And then you just knock it right in the goal. A nice old 1-2 tap that Davenport wasn't quite ready for, as the Broncos take another point in their lead. Preston running back towards the goal. Cam with the shot. I got to hand it to him. That was a pretty good shot. It was right off the crossbar. But still, Boise State do have a 1-goal lead. They still are in control of the game.
Yeah. Cam right there. He took the creative angle, taking it off the sidewall, but it was the bump immediately after that allowed for that goal to go in. So some pretty aggressive play. A little bit of hardball now coming out from Davenport's team. As the demo comes in, Preston finds it onto Bolte. Now Brock looks for the pass over to Cam. Cam has it on target. And just like that, Brock's able to score, evening up the game.
Currently sitting 2-2, just about halfway through the game. Boise State still has a way to bring this one back. They just got to take it away from Brock. I mean, they've been demoing him the whole game, and there's definitely been a reason for it. I mean, he's been a really good, I mean, I hate to say it, but he's been a good rock for the entire squad. However, Preston pushing it right back over towards their goal line might make it a little bit harder for them to keep up that offensive pressure. Still keeping it in the middle, one person challenging the double commit, as Bolte is going to be the one to take it away. Cam trying to take over the ball is going to miss by just a little bit. Durtho taking it over. Cam pushing it away over the Woozy, going to put it right in front of the goal, but it's going to be blocked by Brock.
And now Bolte, center field, passes it over to Cam. Cam Sends it forward, but Woozy reads the ball, takes it on the pre-jump. Durtho looking for a flick, tries to get it past one, but Brock is there to hold the defense. Preston, flip reset, Bolte runs interference. Brock has a shot. Durtho's rushing into position. Will find that save just in time. Gets it over the top of one defender, can't get it past two, but Preston reads the ball early. Flip reset now coming out, has to get it past Brock. Brock will hold the line for Davenport in this tied game, but Durtho's not done. Finds it right over the top. Bolte knocks it out of its trajectory, and it's an open net, but Preston knows how to save a game.
Yeah, there he goes, saving the goal once again. I believe that's his second time doing it this volley alone. Preston is going to be on the receiving end of a demolition, which will be unfortunate for the boost he had saved up. However, right back in the game, he's able to get it right back. Durtho trying to take the ball away, playing some defense, passing it over to Woozy and Preston. Able to get it past Bolte. It is 2-on-2 for the offense as Durtho's trying to push the ball up off the side. Preston is going to save it once again. Two demos coming out to even things up, but Preston going to be demoed once more. Two Bronco defenders are still able to hold the line.
Ooh, looking for the save right now. There's a reason why Woozy called Preston the backbone of this team, but you need more saves because the net is open, and Brock will get the go-ahead goal. In the lead is Davenport. They were able to catch Boise in a rough predicament. It gets past Preston, who tried his best to read the ball, but just not in the right spot at the right time. Davenport will take the lead, 38 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, a lot, still quite a bit of time. 30 seconds is plenty to really get a good goal scored, especially only being down one goal in the series. Brock looking to put another shot on goal, isn't quite going to find it as Preston is going to be standing right in the way. Bolte with a bump onto Preston is going to knock him off course. A demo almost comes through from Durtho, just a little bit off course. Rushing to get back to the ball, he's going to block off Cam as Preston pushing it over to the goal, and Woozy not going to quite be there in time as Bolte carrying the ball right to the goal. 10 seconds remain. Boise State needs to keep this thing up in the air and hopefully able to push this thing into overtime. Woozy pushing it up. 1 second left on the clock, and with the ball hitting the floor, Davenport will take game one.
It was a hard-fought game coming out from both teams. Davenport really showing their best in that one. A lot of the shots coming in came out from the chaos of what was going on. And of course, these really creative sidewall shots that came out from Davenport that Boise couldn't unfortunately read well enough. This doesn't mean the Broncos are out. That was still a very close game. Only a one-goal game separating the Broncos from overtime.
And we saw this in the last round as well. I mean, the last round they played, they got incredibly close game one, weren't quite able to find it. Game two, they played really close, but they still were able to pull out the win, and then game three, they were able to take it all home. I feel like this is just kind of the poking and prodding phase. You don't really know your opponent until you've played a game against them, and after this game, I feel like they know what they need to do to really get things done. Last time it was we need to bump them, we need to make sure we can disrupt them a little more. Yeah. I feel like the same thing kind of applies to this game as well. I mean, we saw a lot of strategic setups from Davenport that might have been knocked off balance if it were bumped just a little bit, but Brock is going to be the one to initiate the first offense of this game.
Now, from what I've seen from Davenport so far, it's Brock being the tougher defender to have to break through. Shot now coming in for Boise, doesn't find his mark. And Cam, who's very aggressive with some of these bumps to get the defense of Boise State out of position. Preston, 50-50, save down by Bolte. Now up the sidewall, Woozy chasing it through, goes through the area, looks for the flipper, gets it over the top of Cam, sends it over to Preston. Preston doesn't get the lead the way he wants to go. It's Bolte who gets the better of it. Now going for the shot, sends it to Cam.
Open net! Oh man, from downtown is able to put it in. It's why those triple commits are so dangerous, and just no amount of boost is going to save that ball for you, Cam. Oh man, what a shot out of Preston.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those where you're like, yeah, calculated, you know, I meant to do that. But hey, that's one of those moments where you just take it as it is. It's a great goal on the board for Boise State to, ooh, it gets matched by Davenport. And let's take another look at that one. I do want to take a quick peek at how that went in. It was a pass from Brock to Cam. Durtho was late on the bump, unfortunately, so it is now a tie game for Davenport.
Yeah, still only a minute into the game. We're still tied up. I mean, it's basically 0-0 still. I mean, Durtho still finding his way over to the ball. Everybody has been boost. There's a lot of resource to work with on the field. Who will use them better? That is the question. But Brock is going to find a demo early onto Durtho. Not let that offensive pressure mount. Durtho, once again, finding himself with the ball and a full tank of boost, pushing it into Bolte, who's also got full resources to use. Up to the top. Brock with the shot. It's saved out by Woozy. That's what you need. That's exactly what Boise State wants to see. Woozy trying to take this ball up again. Not very many resources out of anyone. Brock is actually going to steal that 100 boost, making it a lot harder for Boise State to really keep that pressure rolling. Durtho, though, still fighting for it as the ball pushes over to Cam.
This defense from the Broncos working out so far, but Bolte has an opportunity, needs to get blocked away. It's so close to going in, but the Broncos will not allow it. Instead, they charge forward off the side while Brock is able to intercept. Durtho trying to pre-read, looking for the jump, gets sent over to Bolte, who will score. 1-goal game in favor of Davenport.
Yeah, Boise State kind of struggling to really tackle these aerial offenses that Davenport has really been liking. On the other side, Davenport has been able to really counter a lot of the aerials Boise State's been trying to do as well. Those bumps have just come in handy on so many occasions. I want to point out Cam being just a menace towards a lot of the aerial plays that Boise State is really fond of. A demo onto Preston is also going to make it a lot harder to really push this thing up as Durtho trying to make a play is going to let it fall down, but Woozy is going to get his shot blocked.
Quick on the defense for Davenport, 50-50 Preston. Looking to fight through 3 defenders. The triple commit coming out from Davenport will net them the ball as they continue to go for an offense. Bolte still gets the save nonetheless. Cam over into the corner, will knock the ball back into his way. Woozy wants to contest though. A misdirect coming in from Davenport. Preston reads it through into the corner. Now taking on the aerial, needs to guide the ball, gets the quick reset, needs to break past Bolte, doesn't find it but has Durtho there. Find it on the opposite end, and the ball getting centered up. Cam not going to allow that for too long. Woozy jumping up to get the ball to Preston. Bolte gets the block up the sidewall. Now looking to center it up, has a chance for a shot, but gets knocked away by Woozy.
2 minutes remain in this game. Boise State need to put 2 more on the field to keep themselves in the series. 1 more to push them over. Cam with the shot on to goal, but not rescinded by Boise State as it's going to go in. Davenport leads 3-1.
And this is where Boise get put into the red. A tough game for them at this given point. And they have to fight back 2 goals. They have 1 minute 51 seconds to try and make this a reality, which is very doable. But we got to see that aggressive play where they're looking for bumps, they're looking for demos. So far, it's been Davenport getting the better of that as Woozy guides the ball into the corner, now looking to break through, flips the ball upwards. Brock reads the movement. Durtho now taking on to the aerial. Preston's in the back pocket, though. Will get it past Brock. Now Woozy just needs to chase it out from the corner. Gets it onto the side. Bolte contending. Durtho on target, but not going to find his man.
Yeah, so this is a best of, we swapped over to a best of 5, so this is not going to spell the end for the Broncos if they do lose here. However, a win here will tie up the series in total, so it is still a favorable outcome for them. Cam pushing over towards his own goal, back over to Bolte, looking to make a play. However, Preston going to really shut it down quick. Cal is going to try and put it away, but nothing really found off the crossbar. Cam is going to find it this time around. Preston trying to put the ball in. 50 seconds left on the clock. Boise State need to put the pedal to the metal.
Oh, Durtho almost finding his target. You can tell right now, Boise are getting into the face of Davenport. Demo comes in from Preston. Durtho gets pre-read. Woozy sends it up towards the ceiling. Preston has an opportunity, tries to guide it in, needs to bump away Cam, but can't do it. Now Cam looking to deliver it over to the Broncos territory. Durtho will run it past the top of the goal. Pass over to Preston. Preston looking to follow through. Has Woozy right there, right next to him. Preston into the corner. Preston with the chase. Brock with the bump. Doesn't get it where he wants it. 10 seconds on the clock. And this best of 5 game is quickly coming to a close as Broncos can't get the goal. They'll be going to game 3 with their backs against the wall.
Yeah, Boise State in a little bit of a predicament, especially losing 2 games. Davenport on the cusp of taking the series outright. However, Broncos only have to win 3. They can always come back from it until Davenport's score hits 3. There's a chance.
Yeah, and that's the thing about these later stages. It's not a best of 3 anymore. It means you have a little bit more time to adapt. And we've seen the Broncos do a reverse sweep rather recently. If you were watching last Monday, they played against Syracuse in the PEC. They went 0-2 early, what looked like a game in the pocket of Syracuse, got turned on its head completely with a reverse sweep coming out of the Broncos. They need to reach into their playbook. They need to pull that energy back out and do it once again against Davenport.
That is exactly what they need to find. That is exactly what they need to find. They got to reach down in. They got to find out what's going wrong, how they can fix it up, and what they're going to do to change it. And I feel like we've seen the Broncos do that on several different occasions, even in this tournament alone. And also, when it comes to the reverse sweep, it's a mentality that many people they're not really accustomed to.
Yep.
You're up 2-0, and you're at the top of the world. You think, oh, this next game, it's all we need to win. Then you lose that next game. It's like, what? We're supposed to win. How are we going to claw this one back? And a lot of teams don't really face that problem very, very often, and it really makes it hard for them to claw back. So usually a win in game 3 makes it so you have a really good shot to really push this thing forward. Bolte, though, with an early demo onto Preston, is going to make sure that Boise State start this game on defense.
And as a quick reminder to our audience, whoever falls here will be into the semifinals of losers. So you're still pretty close to that qualifying match, even if a loss does come in. The Broncos, they don't want this to be a loss. They want to continue that upper bracket run, but they got to fight hard as Brock looks to challenge. It still goes the Broncos' way. Cam over on the back end. Bolte punches through. Woozy gets red for the shot now coming in. Durtho quick with the bump out of position. But still another shot on target. Save made by Woozy.
Cam going to be taking the ball this time around. But in the air is going to pass it right on over Durtho. However, it's not going to get past Preston that easy. Bolte playing off the sidewall, pushing it over to Woozy, already contesting. Preston is going to be able to take away this time. Cam with the ball in the air, passing it over to Durtho. Durtho with the ball, pushing it to Woozy in the midfield. Ball is just kind of passing around. Nobody's really been in possession of this ball for too long. It kind of keeps going from one player to the next. As Woozy does get a shot on goal, it is going to get blocked out by Brock as the ball once again gets transferred over to Boise State's side, blocked out by Woozy once more.
The difficult thing that Boise are having is when they do find themselves on the offensive end trying to make goals, they are low on boost, so they run out of steam pretty quickly. Bolt looks for a shot off the corner. The follow-up from Brock will get Davenport on the board.
Yeah, Davenport putting themselves on the board early. That's what if you're a Davenport fan, that's what you want to see. However, with the Broncos, they need to find a way to even things out and quickly. I mean, it's like you were talking about earlier with boost. I want to point out in the last 2 games as well, they have been pretty well stocked on boost and really good about targeting those who have full boost on the side of the Broncos, making it so no one really has the aerial resource to work with. And Cam is going to slip one in on the top.
This is bad positioning for the Broncos right here. I mean, Bolte, he breaks through one defender, and you can see the bump that comes in from Bolte. It's brilliantly placed, meaning that no one could really deal with that shot on goal that followed through. Just like that, Cam is able to get a 2-goal lead going over to Davenport. Broncos need to act fast. That's step number 1. Find demos and get bold. Now, Preston looking to back up. They gather his boost. Durtho needs to kind of recover right now. Doesn't have anything left in the gas tank for this next offensive play. Brock will run some interference. Woozy off of the top, looking for the shot, but 3 defenders are there. Davenport, they're always ready for the Broncos, looking for their own goals. Demo found by Durtho onto Brock. Cam gonna look for the double tap, sends it in slowly. Bolts is there, but not in time. Instead, we'll go for the demo onto Durtho, who's fallen once again. Center field, the ball will fall.
Yeah, Davenport's done a really good job with their offenses being incredibly lightning fast, especially with all the boosts they have to work with. Boise State kind of has to slow things down a little bit. They've been having to find boost and really get things going. No one has it. Pretty much no one has boost except for Preston for this defense. And they're going to get it out. Was he going to be the one to push it out in the end? But Cam still firing shots on that goal line.
This is intense game coming out. The Broncos doing their best to defend, and they're finding the defenses they need, but they need to get the ball into the net. They need to get some goals. So now Durtho is contested. The ball very close to going into the Broncos net. It's the corner where Brock looks to fight for it. Preston chasing it through alongside Durtho. Bolte knocks it over the top of Durtho. Now Brock looking for the shot, passes it to Bolte. Cam looking for the pass over to Brock. Brock to Cam. Gets intercepted so quickly by Durtho.
We need to see the speed of the game pick up, and I feel like the Broncos are starting to realize that as well. We just hit under the minute 30 mark, and Preston still fighting for the ball in the midfield, has to take that 100 boost. Woozy left on nothing as he's trying to push the ball over. Has to go over the net, so that way Durtho might be able to do something, but two defenders on the net is going to make it really hard. Cam trying to get it over. Ball gets pushed back over to Bolte, over to Brock as well, trying to push it off that sidewall. But Durtho and Preston both working together to kind of 1-2 punch this ball. But Brock, he's back again. He just has the boost to spare.
The ideas are right for the Broncos, but they need to see it to fruition. Bolte steals the ball back, has an open net to go for. 3-0 Davenport. And they're looking to sweep out the Broncos. The Broncos, again, the idea is right. You see them going for demos now. You see them going for bumps now. It's a difficult game to play against Davenport. 41 seconds. We'll see if the Broncos can fight this back.
Almost a kickoff goal, just a little bit wide, isn't quite able to find it. Brock with the ball, going to push it up towards Boise State. Isn't quite going to find it, get bumped off course. 30 seconds left on the clock. That's a goal every 10 seconds for the Broncos as Brock going to push it up to Cam. Woozy pushing it away, but Brock is going to be the one to save it out in the end. Preston with the ball over to Woozy, but it's going to get taken away. Once more with a shot on goal from Durtho, that unfortunately results in no goal.
See, this is one of the areas that have been difficult. This defense that has come out from Davenport, it doesn't get interfered with as much as the Broncos would like. The Broncos, what they need is not only to find those shots on net, they need to find some of their other players getting bumps onto those defenders, the same way Davenport have been doing that to Boise State. But ultimately, this is going to knock down the Broncos into the lower bracket. All is not done, though. Again, you do have that extra life. So in the lower bracket, they are in semifinals, which still leaves them one win away from making it into the qualifying match.
Yeah, they are still incredibly close. 2 more wins gives them their qualifying ticket over to the championships. And overall, 2 more wins is 2 more wins. I mean, you got to get 2 more wins in top bracket. Yeah. You got to get 2 more wins in bottom. The number doesn't change. However, the games played does. You got to play an extra game if you do lose it. So, I mean, it does affect a little bit, but they are still very much in this game.
They're still very much into this, and with that loss, they do have time to learn and grow and get ready for that lower bracket run. And off of that note, we are going to get ready for that lower bracket run, so we'll be right back as we will return with the Broncos fighting in the semifinals of lowers.
How's it look so far?
Great.
Comfortable?
Yes.
Times and places, all in who you share 'em with. Joy,
I got in.
who you share it with.
This is a great use of your home equity.
Who you share it with.
My friends know me as Derek, but I'm also Master Sergeant Raxter. This is my life in the Air National Guard.
Scott Matlock, underrated recruit, has built himself into one of the best defensive players in the Mountain West.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. It's when your unrelenting spirit sees the world's needs and says, I will create something better. So, what will you do? Will you let your genius run wild? Give yourself the space to be great. Set your sights on something even bigger, because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
Now earn up to 4 times the rewards with the ICCU Premier Rewards Visa credit card. It's the credit card from the credit union you love.
Ladies and gentlemen, attention please. About to start the show. Better take your seats. It's time to let the curtain rise. We're gonna shake the room. We're gonna
Now earn up to 4 times the rewards with the ICCU Premier Rewards Visa credit card. It's the credit card from the credit union you love.
Since you guys have been in here, some things have changed. We've updated this place to be in its final form. New cabinets, new counters, all sorts of new stuff in here. This has turned into a place that wouldn't look out of place at an SEC or Big Ten football facility, and Dairy West has allowed us to have it here. We've taken a holistic approach to our player nutrition, and we're really thankful that Dairy West has made sure that our fueling station is the best in college esports and really at industry standard for any college athletic department.
Destination for news around the PEC. We've got a packed show today, so make sure you stick around. We've got highlights from everything you need to know about the Power Esports Conference, the premier FBS Esports Conference in the country. Of course, big shout out to the Idaho Air National Guard for making the show happen. Again, we've got a big show today, some massive games that we need to take a look at as we will go around the PEC, give you highlights from Week 5. Utah Overwatch team catching fire. We'll see what they did against Syracuse. Then we'll go inside the PEC. We've talked a lot about League of Legends, the new affiliate title for the Power Esports Conference. We'll give you a standings update. We had an undefeated showdown between Syracuse and Minnesota. We'll tell you who came out on top of that. Plus, we'll look ahead to Week 6 in the PEC. We've got some massive Overwatch games and a big change, of course. We'll tell you all about that. But first, let's look back at Week 5, and we'll start with Rocket League, and we'll start with Boise State. The Broncos faced off against red-hot Minnesota. The Gophers, though, unfortunately came crashing back down after a 2-game win streak. Boise State, though, had to hold on. The Gophers made Game 1 a close affair, with Boise State winning just 3-2. Game 2, Boise State's offense came alive. Dirtho led the way with the Broncos, putting in 3 goals in a 6-0 win for Boise State. Facing a potential sweep, Minnesota roared back to life. The Gophers got the game tied in regulation and 90 seconds into overtime before this happened.
Complete aggressive play coming out from Minnesota. Lots of bumps, lots of demos, lots of action. They're keeping the Broncos at bay, but the Broncos still trying to push in for that goal right there. Passed over. Preston trying to seize the shot, getting blocked away by Pye. Woozy not making it there in time before the defensive play was made by Minnesota, but here's the flipper. He said, pass over to Preston, who makes the goal and closes Game 3.
Ohio State and Nebraska, they met up in a Big Ten clash, and the two teams battled to the very end. Ohio State picked up a 3-1 win, but it was a very hard-fought series. The teams traded shutouts through the first two games, and then Ohio State held on 3-2, 4-3 to take the series. Bungo and Danwad both put in 4 goals for the Buckeyes. For Nebraska, a tough loss, but they had a lot to show for it. Creed, Rocket League, led the way. He had 4 goals for the Cornhuskers. This was a very, very tight series, despite the 3-1 scoreline. A couple other things in Rocket League, Syracuse and Utah. That game's actually been rescheduled. They're going to play tonight, so a bit of a doubleheader for some of those squads. And then Baylor and Kansas. Of course, Baylor continued their perfect season. The Bears took care of business against Kansas. They are now 12-0. Only 4 games separate them in a perfect regular season. For the Jayhawks, the loss means now there's only a game ahead of them, or they're only a game ahead of Ohio State for that 5th spot in the standings. So a massive series there, but Baylor, again, looking very, very incredible. We take a look at how week the week went in Rocket League for the PEC here in week 5. Of course, as we said, a couple of sweeps. Boise State, Baylor, Ohio State picking up the 3-1 win, and then Syracuse and Utah. That was rescheduled to the 23rd. We take a look at the standings, of course, with Michigan State on the bye. Baylor's up at the top. Boise State right behind them. A little bit of ground between the Broncos and sort of Syracuse, Michigan State, that top 4. Of course, 2 of those squads going to be in action later tonight. We'll tell you about that. Moving on into Overwatch, however, we had a massive game as Utah, the red-hot team, drew one of their toughest challengers yet as they squared off against Syracuse in a top 4 battle. Utah jumped on the orange early, taking both Game 1 and Game 2 as they edge out just a 3-2 win in Game 2. Syracuse held off the sweep. They won Game 3, forced the Utes to a Game 4. Maybe the Orange can set up a reverse sweep of their own. The Utes, however, refuse to blink. It's a chance for a massive win in the spring. Utah's been undefeated so far, and were they able to close out the Orange? Carson Cass tells us what happened.
The other end, it's going to be a good start for the Orange. They are able to get rid of one in the form of Sam, but Lunar also goes down. We're again to a fight of smalls. One goes down in the form of Mac. REI does a good job there. Overtime, Orange have to collect it here. They try and get on once more. REI gets rid of 2. B-Dog and Mac. Phenomenal gameplay. Saint will back off, trying to go once more. He'll get back on the site just in time. Lucio is not there to clutch. 4 seconds. Can they get there? No, they cannot. And Utah, a clean sweep on Flashpoint.
Utah picks up the win, and while 3rd and 4th place battle it out, Boise State, they got another rewarding sweep. The Broncos took down Minnesota 3-0. Boise State had an excellent performance by Strider, a 72-5 score line in the series. With the Utes winning, Boise State continues to hold a very, very slim edge on that 2nd place spot in the PEC, but each sweep makes it harder and harder for anybody to catch them. Kansas got back on the winning side of things with a 3-0 sweep of their own over Baylor. The Jayhawks at 6-5. So for that middle ground team in the PEC, they had a 52-9 performance by My Dog Died, a very great one there. The Jayhawks, most of their roster posting over a 3 KD in the win. For Baylor, a tough loss, unfortunately. And wrapping things up, Ohio State and Nebraska. Ohio State maintained their massive lead on that top spot in PEC Overwatch. The Buckeyes took down Nebraska 3-0. Much like the teams behind them, every single time Ohio State gets a sweep, it's harder and harder to pass them. They now have a 2-game lead on everybody in the loss column in the PEC, with Utah taking down Syracuse. We take a look at how the week went overall. Again, sweeps across the board from who you'd expect. Boise State and Ohio State. Kansas getting one there as well. And Utah kind of announcing themselves as that new top 3 with that 3-1 win over Syracuse. We take a look at now how the standings look after that game. Again, look at all those 3s in the loss column right behind Ohio State. Boise State 9-3, Utah 9-3, Syracuse 7-3. A couple games to make up for the Orange. They had some early buys, but if Ohio State doesn't lose, that top spot is not going to be catchable. So we'll see if anybody can knock the Buckeyes down. Moving on into Valorant, Boise State Valorant, they continue to tear through the spring season with a league-leading 13th win under their belt. They're looking for more as they played it off against Minnesota. The Gophers, though, did not go down without a fight. Boise State won Game 1 in the series 13-7, and the Gophers did an even better job trying to get to that match point in Game 2. They needed a few more rounds to force overtime. Minnesota wanted to be that spoiler, but Boise State, the top team in PEC Valorant, they didn't want to play any more rounds.
So hard to push into this medal as well. So difficult. Master, knowing all he needs to do is hit 1 bullet for them to die. Master, over the top, they're behind him, but he gets the first, clears out the rest, and now everything falling apart for Minnesota. Only 1 player, and Zephyr to do it. Zephyr, 2 kills, still alive towards heaven's skies, but it's Prestige. The closer closes it out. Max MVP, why not Prestige? What a...
Boise State picking up a win. Utah, they've been quietly trying to chase that top 3 spot. They took on Syracuse, and they did just enough to stop a Syracuse team that's building a lot of momentum quietly in the spring. The Utes won Game 1, 13-7 with a game-high 24 kills from on stage. In Game 2, Syracuse nearly extended the series. They got it to 12-11, but on stage made sure it didn't go any further. He picks up 49 kills overall in the series as the Utes win. Meanwhile, for the Orange, they had a great series from Prez, who nearly pulled his team back into a Game 3. He had 43 kills of his own. Kansas, they picked up a sweep over Baylor 2-0. Game 1, back and forth. The Jayhawks held on in a 13-10 nail-biter. A solid performance. 4 members of the squad posting positive KDs. Derry dropped a game-high 29 for Baylor, but it wasn't enough. Game 2, Kansas made sure Derry wasn't going to have any more magic. He was held to only 10 kills as the Jayhawks picked up the sweep. And Ohio State, they got back on their winning ways. The Buckeyes dispatched Nebraska 2-0 in a sweep, 13-5, 13-7. Strong team performance for the Buckeyes. All three players on their team posted over 30 kills. For Nebraska, Geo Magics had a great game, 22 kills in game 2 in particular, but it's so hard to individually take down this Ohio State team. As we take a look at the results from Valorant this week in the PEC. Again, a lot of those top teams picking up sweeps. We've talked about it a lot. The more sweeps you can get, the better you're looking in those tiebreaker categories. And watch out for Utah. Michigan State on the bye has to worry about the Utes in their rearview mirror. As we take a look at the Valorant standings, of course, you've got two teams at the top, Boise State and Ohio State. That showdown is going to be epic here in a few weeks. And then Michigan State and Utah are neck and neck as well. These top 4 teams are very, very close. Utah's been making some noise. I'm curious to see what happens. Moving on to Smash as we rack up week 5. It was sort of a reverse of their Rocket League matchup. Boise State came into this one as the red-hot team, trying to rise up the standings, but the third-place Gophers ended things in a hurry. A 2-0 sweep for Minnesota. It was pretty close. Minnesota held on to win Game 1 14-9. GrizzHawk shut the door in the final match, beating Mata 14-2 to snuff out any chance of tiebreaker. In Game 2, the Gophers caught fire quickly. A pair of 4-2 wins in the first 2 matches, and CNAM shut the door, winning it before we even got to a match 4 to take down Boise State. Kansas and Baylor, they had a fantastic week of PE Smash as well. It was quite an interesting 3-game series. Not something you see too often. The Jayhawks did just enough. They won Game 1 12-10. And then the series got kind of weird. Baylor picked up a quick 16-8 in Game 2. All 4 Bears won their games. And then in Game 3, the Jayhawks, however, they left no doubt. So they dominated Game 3. Absolutely the first 3 members of their team picking up wins. Mander drops a perfect set, and in the final match of the night, playing for Just Pride, Rister Mites looked to join his teammate with a perfect set of his own.
That's Wi-Fi Min-Min, baby. I don't know if actually, because maybe a little bit weak DI, but still, that's with the powered up dragon, that's very strong.
We're Min-Min.
And now we're 50%. Oh, almost reached that. Very narrowly dodges out of that. Oh. Shields side, he's just desperate for a kill, and that'll do it.
Hang up the controller!
That'll do it. A quick Game 3 after this long set against Baylor.
Very close set overall. It was a 2-1 set.
Yeah, 2-1.
Again, the Cornhuskers do just enough to keep that second-place spot. They swept through Ohio State 2-0 after dominating Game 1 16-6, with all 4 Cornhuskers winning. Game 2 got pretty close. Beaton and Scorcho both won the final 2 matches for Ohio State. However, Nebraska took just enough to hold on for an 11-10 win and grab the sweep. Again, this Cornhuskers team, they keep winning, but the wins aren't always pretty. We take a look at the results for Smash this past week. Again, a sweep from Minnesota, a sweep from Nebraska, even though it was very close, and then Kansas and Baylor playing a fun little 3-game series. We take a look at the standings here. It's been really, really tight atop the standings. We got Michigan State. They're still perfect. They had a bye this week. Again, that team looks really strong, but then Nebraska, they've now joined them all of a sudden with 10 wins. Minnesota's right there at 8-2, and then Syracuse, that last of the top 4 at 6-4, but then you got Kansas and Boise State. They've been battling back and forth. Been a ton of fun in this one. Moving on to League of Legends. I told you, again, an affiliate title in the spring. It's been a lot of fun. Give you a quick standings update. Minnesota and Utah had an epic undefeated showdown this week in a battle of 3-0 squads. It went all 3 games, and shout out to Minnesota's AD carry, Ian. He went absolutely bananas in Game 2 and Game 3. A combined 21-4 and 15 scoreline on the Ashe and the Zaya to pick up the win, put the Gophers at an undefeated 3-0. You see there, Utah 3-1, Kansas right behind them at 2-1. Ohio State has only played 1 game, but they're still undefeated as well. And then Nebraska, Boise State, and Baylor sort of round out that. So we'll keep you up to date on those. But League of Legends, been a ton of fun, been an absolute blast to watch here in the PEC. But we're going to take a quick break here on PEC Match Point. When we come back, we're going to look ahead to Week 6. Remember, there are massive Overwatch changes coming this week as all 5 heroes are legal, and we couldn't have asked for a better schedule for that to happen. We'll tell you all the details coming up next on PEC Match Point.
Up to 4 times the rewards with the ICCU Premier Rewards Visa credit card. It's the credit card from the credit union you love.
My friends know me as Derek, but I'm also Master Sergeant Raxter.
so far? Comfortable?
Times and places all in who you share 'em with. Joy,
I got in.
who you share it with.
This is a great use of your home equity.
Who you share it with.
Since you guys have been in here, some things have changed. We've updated this place to be in its final form. New cabinets, new counters, all sorts of new stuff in here. This has turned into a place that wouldn't look out of place at an SEC or Big Ten football facility, and Dairy West has allowed us to have it here. We've taken a holistic approach to our player nutrition, and we're really thankful that Dairy West has made sure that our fueling station is the best in college esports and really at industry standard for any college athletic department.
Ladies and gentlemen, attention please. About to start the show. Better take your seats. It's time to let the curtain rise. We're gonna shake the room. We're gonna holler.
Now earn up to 4 times the rewards with the ICCU Premier Rewards Visa credit card. It's the credit card from the credit union you love.
Scott Matlock, underrated recruit, has built himself into one of the best defensive players in the Mountain West.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. It's finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. It's when your unrelenting spirit sees the world's needs and says, I will create something better. So, what will you do? Will you let your genius run wild? Give yourself the space to be great. Set your sights on something even bigger, because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
By the Idaho Air National Guard. If you want more from around the Power Esports Conference, make sure you head over to the official PEC website for everything you need. We've got power rankings, player profiles, predictions, analysis on the biggest matchups of the season. Stay informed, stay connected, and stay ahead with all things PEC at pec.leagueos.gg. Well, we look ahead to the upcoming Week 6 in PEC. We've got some massive matchups on the board, starting with Rocket League. Boise State and Syracuse kick things off in a rematch of their epic fall series, where the Broncos held on to take a very tight 3-2 series. Boise State, they remain strongly entrenched in the second place spot in the standings. Syracuse, they have some ground to make up. The Broncos have played 2 more games in the Orange so far, so there'll be some chances there. A win for Boise State almost surely locks up that second spot. Well, the Orange maybe could start a late season push if they can finish the job this time against Boise State. Remember, that series in the fall was absolutely fun. I think this one is going to be just as good. Michigan State, they're right behind Syracuse, only a half game back, and this could be their chance to maybe surge into that third place spot. They get a feisty Jayhawks team that has proven to be a tough out so far, that they've yet to finish the job against one of those top 4 teams in the standings, with the likes of Ohio State making a late season push. Kansas would love nothing more than a win here, build a little bit more space between them and that bottom half of the standings. Baylor's perfect season moves on to Minnesota after a fantastic last few weeks of play. Of course, the Gophers hit a bit of a speed bump last week. They were swept by Boise State, but as we saw earlier in the show, that series was a lot closer than maybe a sweep would indicate. They gave Boise State everything they could handle in a pair of 1-goal games. The Bears, they've looked incredible so far this season. They don't show a sign of slowing down, but if the Gophers can play like they did last week, maybe the series is a little bit closer than you might expect. In Ohio State and Utah, they will wrap up Week 6 of PEC Rocket League. Both teams, they've had a couple of heartbreaking 3-2 loss series earlier in the spring, and you wonder what could have been if those maybe had gone their way. And now it's a chance to maybe prove that they can still turn things around. The Buckeyes, they have Kansas in their sights. Maybe could run the Jayhawks down for that 5th place spot, while Utah, they're in this sort of logjam themselves. Minnesota, Nebraska, all kind of battling to get out of the bottom of the standings. Moving into Overwatch, remember we talked about it. After 2 weeks of waiting, All 5 brand new heroes are coming in legal for play this week in the PEC, and that could shake things up. And what a better time to do it, as all 4 top 4 teams in PEC Overwatch are paired up against each other, and it's going to be absolute fireworks. Boise State and Syracuse, they kick things off. It's a rematch from last fall where the Orange sort of announced themselves when they picked up a win over Boise State. But the Broncos have been strong ever since. They remain in second place in the spring over Utah and Syracuse, and they've already avenged one of their losses in the fall when they swept Kansas a few weeks ago. They're going to look to do the same against Syracuse. And top-ranked Ohio State, they face off against a red-hot Utah squad who has not lost a series in the spring. Ohio State, they've got a 2-game lead on the rest of the PEC. They beat Utah. They almost guarantee themselves that top spot. But if the Utes pull off the win, all of a sudden PEC Overwatch is absolutely wide open. These two played all the way back in week 1 of the fall, where Ohio State won 3-1, but I don't think this is the same Utah team. This is going to be a lot of fun. And again, 5 new heroes. Cannot wait to see what gets brought to the table. Baylor and Minnesota, they'll wrap things up with the new hero introductions as these two squads face off. At times, these teams have shown flashes with the meta surely being shaken up. A win here for either team could be the start of maybe a late season push heading into Vegas. Moving on into Valorant, Ohio State and Utah. Valorant face off the Utes. They've kind of done a great job. They beat everybody in the lower half of the PEC. They've had a couple of strong showings against the better teams in the PEC. They took Michigan State and Boise State to 3 games earlier this year, but they still need that signature win. For Ohio State, the Buckeyes, they already had their one slip up a few weeks ago. They cannot afford another one if they want to chase down Boise State and keep their shot of a #1 seed intact. Boise State and Syracuse going to battle out in what should be a solid test for the Broncos. At 13-1, Boise State, they've been running through the PEC this spring, but this is a Syracuse team that gave Ohio State a 3-game series a few weeks ago. They've proven they have the potential to slow down some of these top teams. I think they're a lot better than their record shows, and I think this is going to be an absolute fun series and maybe another 3-game series. We'll have to see. Michigan State, they're the defending PEC champs, and they come off a bye. They're going to face a very solid Kansas roster. The Spartans, they've been riding high after they knocked Ohio State down from the ranks of the unbeaten a few weeks ago, and a win over Kansas and a Utah loss. Maybe just kind of locks in a top 3 spot for the defending champs. For Kansas, though, this is a team, once again, they've done a great job, like Kansas has done in almost every single PEC game. They're right in the middle in a lot of these titles of they beat the teams below them, they give the teams above them a little bit of a harder time. We'll see if maybe Kansas can pick up that signature win over the defending champ Michigan State. And Baylor and Minnesota, they wrap up the week as squads who've shown a lot of promise at times. They'll meet up. The Bears, they've had some of their strongest individual performances in the PEC week after week. They nearly took Kansas to 3 games. This squad is very talented. For Minnesota, the Gophers, much like Baylor, they've had strong showings despite being swept by Boise State. They nearly got that to a Game 3. They had it at 12-9 at one point, and this maybe starts a late season run. And we round things up with Smash as Boise State, their 2-game winning streak came to an end last week against Minnesota, and now they face their second straight top 4 squad as the Broncos face off against Syracuse. The Orange, they've had a tough time so far this spring, only a 1-2 record so far to show for it. They hope to end the season strong, and that could start with a showdown against Boise State. Baylor's going to meet up with a red-hot Minnesota squad who, the Gophers, maybe can run down Nebraska for a top 2 spot in PEC Smash. Bears, they had a great series last week against Kansas, a 3-game series before it kind of just fell a little flat. And for Minnesota, they had a strong sweep against Boise State, and again, as we've talked about a lot, it's not just how you win. You just need to make sure you pick up those sweeps, right? A 2-1 feels good, but a 2-0 is even better. And I think the Gophers need to do that if they want a shot at a top 2 spot. And the undisputed Michigan State Spartans, they're going to put their perfect record line against Kansas. The Jayhawks had a win against Baylor. Wasn't pretty, but that final game, you kind of saw what they're maybe capable of with 4 straight wins, including a pair of perfect games. We'll see if they're enough to give the Spartans a challenge as Michigan State. They've looked great so far, but nobody's taken them into a Game 3. You don't know what happens if all of a sudden the Jayhawks make some noise. Again, week 6 of the PEC, looking to have some massive matchups across the board. Should be a ton of fun. Again, Baylor and Minnesota, that one should be a blast. I think Rocket League's going to be closer than maybe some people are expecting. This Minnesota squad pretty talented. Michigan State, they're taking on Kansas. I think the Spartans, they just need to pick up some solid wins in Valorant and Smash to kind of keep the momentum going in their direction. This is one of the big ones in Overwatch, Boise State and Syracuse, and in Rocket League as well. That should be a ton of fun. And then in Valorant and in Overwatch, Utah and Ohio State. Again, I think the Overwatch games are going to be must-watch for Ohio State, Utah, for Boise State, Syracuse. See how the new heroes shape up the meta. Week 6, it's going to be exciting. Again, you've got to watch the Overwatch games. It's the top 4 teams. It's a brand new meta. Cannot wait to see what happens. And again, we've got some sneaky good Rocket League. We got some sneaky good Valorant. And Smash is always a ton of fun. So make sure you tune into that. But if you don't get a chance to, we'll catch you up on all the action around the league here on PEC Match Point. Again, head over to pec.leagueos.gg for everything Power Esports Conference. PEC Match Point, brought to you by the Idaho Air National Guard. Good luck to all the teams, and we'll see everybody next week.
back, everyone, to the Boise State Esports Arena. We are here for CRL Spring 2026. The Open Qualifiers, number 2, currently underway. Number 1 went off back on February 15th. This is another batch of teams, about 130 more or less, who are fighting it out to get into the regular league play of the CRL. My name is Eric Desworks-Patran. I am joined by Bryce Jensen, and we watched our Broncos fall into the lower bracket. They put up a good fight, but because of how far they got in the upper bracket, this puts them in losers' quarters.
Yep, that is where we find ourselves right now. Boise State currently sitting 2 wins away from qualifying for CRL. However, without that safety net of knowing that losing one game isn't going to mean instant annihilation, right now, one more loss means you're out of the tournament. However, for our Boise State Broncos, we are in for a little bit of a treat, as we're going to see an old familiar foe come back up to play us in the game. Boise State is going to be playing up against San Diego State. So this next game.
To give a recap of how things have gone, as you can see on your screen right now, quite a few games were played by Boise State, 4 in total. We started off in round number 2, getting through Fisher, Northern Illinois, and LCU Blue before we faced off against Davenport, a very tough opponent, one of the teams that are favored to take it in the upper bracket, which they have, by the way. They were able to take down Akron Blue to secure their qualification to the CRL League regular play. But the Broncos, giving their best fight, they were able to show a lot of adaptations as time went on. I know against Lubbock was one of the big ones that we saw when they kind of fell behind a little bit early, then started to find more bumps, more ways to set up their goals, more team play. And this is kind of the expectation for the Broncos, right? They are a team that know how to adapt to the caliber of opponent that they are facing, but sometimes it can take a little bit longer than expected. You go back to the PEC, Baylor is one of our big opponents. I know they're playing in the first pool of this Open Qualifiers, and they've been able to take them out before. The Hawaii Invitational was very recently that happened. That is a team of a lot of pro players that Boise State was able to take down. So going against Davenport, losing there, I don't think this is the end of the road, not even close to the end of the road for the Broncos. As you were saying, a familiar face looking down at them in SDSU.
Yeah, SDSU is going to be definitely going to be an interesting opponent for the Broncos. They've played them before. In fact, they played them very recently in the Mountain West, which was a very entertaining game to watch. However, it's something that is a little bit different than what's been going on. I mean, we don't play a lot of these other teams very often, like Davenport. I can't recall any time that I have seen them play. I mean, they've obviously played before, but maybe not with this team, not with this composition, not with these specific players all playing together. However, San Diego State has a fairly familiar roster. They've played them a few times before. They kind of already know what they're getting into. I want to bring up Azapatos on the side of SDSU. Yep. He's been in the game for a very long time. In fact, he is probably the standout member of SDSU who they've played quite frequently.
Yeah, Azapatos is someone, I know Danner, who's a regular part of the Boise State broadcast when it comes to Rocket League, he has hyped up Azapatos quite a bit, and we've seen it time and time again where he is a pretty mechanical player and a pretty star-studded player at that. To round out the team, it's 5 stars and Sean B, who make this unit that is San Diego State University. And they are formidable, but we have faced them multiple times in the Mountain West, and we are the team that get the better of them.
That is true. And also, with Azapatos, he's really good with his own personal mechanical skill and really doing a lot by himself. He doesn't rely as much on team play as other players in the league tend to. I mean, he's very comparable to Durtho in that way. I mean, Durtho plays with his team a whole lot, but a lot of the plays that he makes that end up in goal scores happen to be off the back of his own playmaking skills. How is he getting the ball over? Where is he giving it to? How is he getting the ball in the first place? Genuinely, just how are we getting the ball from point A to point B? And Durtho's fairly good at that, and so is Azapatos. And I feel like the place that Boise State really has the advantage in this regard is that adherence to team play. We hardly see a play where just one person touches the ball. It's usually a bunch of people working together. We see some bumps. We see demos. We just see a lot of team play overall that will really help them out.
So we are getting some information that SDSU, this is a team we faced 22 times in the history of the program for Boise State. So this is a team we constantly slug it out with. I know Mountain West is a big part of where we face them.
Oh yeah, 100%. And Boise State has won in several of the past ones too, and also in a fairly dominant fashion from the Mountain West games that we've played against them. However, I cannot count them out quite yet. Azapatos is such a huge force in the game. And I mean, if I recall right, Sean B was actually pretty good at setting up Azapatos to really get some stuff done. And we can't really count out these players quite yet. They've made it this far in the bracket, but we just need our Broncos to really get that ball rolling, really push their pedal down and get moving on the goals, and maybe avoid making some of the mistakes that were made in the first few games of this season, of this competition.
And to get some of the framing going for what's happening in the lower bracket right now, again, the Broncos have to win this match and then another one after that, and they will be in the qualifier matchup against Akron Blue. Akron Blue, by the way, did push Davenport to the limit. That was a 5-game series where Davenport was able to win it out in the very end. So this means that, hey, we got some tough opponents ahead of us. Even when you're going against the likes of San Diego State, someone who you do have the number of, it's not something you should underestimate whatsoever. Because when you start to get a little bit too comfortable against certain opponents, that's when those mistakes can come in. So we're looking for the best for Boise State.
Yeah, I was talking about it a lot earlier in the broadcast, but being able to continue that momentum, keep yourself pushing forward, even through hard losses and tough and really close wins. Being able to keep yourself on a momentum, really get yourself moving, and keep that ball rolling as quickly and as you can, and not let it stop is really important. Mental is just as much of a game in this, or is just as much of a factor in this game as any sort of mechanical skill, and I feel like we've seen our players through thick and thin and being able to address that as well.
Yeah, and speaking of the teams that are remaining in the lower bracket, there are only 5 teams altogether. San Diego State University, Boise State University, and Akron are the ones we already know. But fighting it out right now in the quarterfinals, just above us in the same lower bracket, that's going to be Leslie University and Daytona State, who are currently having their showdown to try and get into that semifinals. So only 5 teams remain, but there's only one more spot that can be qualified.
5 teams enter. 2 teams leave. I was going to say 1, but really, there's 2 teams that leave.
Well, only
and go
one
on.
team leaves the lower bracket.
Oh, that is true.
That's what
I would have been right.
Yeah.
Yes. 5 to 1.
But yeah, that's it makes it pretty exciting. In fact, looking at some of the history of San Diego State, I do want to see they were able to take out Michigan State White in the losers round 5, but they have had a journey that got them down here into the lower bracket into the first place. That's what I'm trying to find right now, because I do want to see this overall journey. SDSU, they got the best of SNHU Esports. It was Akron Blue who took San Diego State University down into the lower bracket. 3-game series, by the way, so SDSU were able to keep up. I'm sure you heard that.
Yeah, we got a surprise for you all. It's a special guy's birthday today.
And who, in fact, maybe one of the most star-studded players that we love to hype up on this broadcast day in and day out.
I think it's the guy that we've hyped up the most out of any of our players from broadcast. Who is it? It is Emiliano Flores. Happy birthday, Dirtho.
You can
what
see
a birthday
there
celebration it is.
in our Dairy West fueling station. Yeah, Emiliano Flores, this guy has done so much for our Rocket League squad here at Boise State University. We want to wish him the warmest and happiest of happy birthdays. And you can even see that picture just on the side before it kind of zoomed out. His photo framed up all over this place in the Boise State Esports. There he
Right
is.
there.
Look at that bicep, man.
Yeah, he's he's got it. I mean, he's been working hard not only on the desk but in the gym as well. That thing is like that thing is like a cantaloupe. Yeah. Holy moly!
He's as jacked as he is cracked at Rocket League,
Indeed.
man. But that is Dertho for you. You know, it'd be a good birthday gift. CRL.
That is
winning it
true.
all.
That's quite the birthday gift, indeed.
Oh,
there we
Woozy trying to show his guns as well.
Woozy showing off the gun show. That's how you do it.
Oh, you love to see it. I mean, that's part of the culture that's here at Boise State University. how these teams band together and the camaraderie that they have. You know, always supporting each other, even in moments like that, showing our little happy birthday coming out from both the staff, the players, everyone who takes a part here. So big happy birthday from my heart to yours. I really do feel it, though, because Dirtho is from California. He's from SoCal, so he's not too far off from where I live. He's from Rancho. I'm from Hacienda Heights before I came out here to Boise, which love this place, by the way. Beautiful city. It's nice to have seasons. But fellow SoCal Californian as I am, so always great to have him, man. And oh, here we go.
Here we
go. Oh, is this the cake view? No, wait. This is the present. This is the present. Oh, they're dropping it right now. Oh man, I wish we could have sound. I want to know if there's a happy birthday. Oh, he's hiding his head. Don't hide your head, Dirtho. Look at what's going on, man. And there we go. Headset comes off. That big smile from Dirtho. You love to see it.
I got you a cupcake.
Yeah, all the love in the world to Dirtho, man. And it's more than just cupcakes. We got a box of chips as well.
Yeah.
You gotta make sure you have your carbs. Carbs is energy.
Carbs is energy. I mean, food is fuel. You know else is fuel? There was fueling station. That has a lot of food in it.
Yeah, good shout out.
It has a lot of Dairy West food.
Hey, we got the in-person boost as well as the on-the-field boost.
Oh, that is true. I mean, it's pretty cool that you're competing in a tournament. But how about competing in a tournament on your birthday? It's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I mean, you'd probably be playing Rocket League on your birthday anyway. Might as well compete for a spot at CRL.
So, I mean, we're going to be holding our hopes up that the Broncos are able to exit the Thunderdome out of the 5 teams that are playing right now.
They get a little sugar boost from the cupcakes.
Right. Maybe sometimes that's what you need, you know, just get a big smile on your face from a good happy birthday, and then what do you know? The mood's all positive. That's the way it is right now. I know I'm feeling all the smiles and all the energy with what's going on. But big happy birthday to Dirtho. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Yes, happy birthday.
Can we get an update from Prod on what age he's turning today? I really am curious. I don't know. What do you think? What's your guess?
23. Oh.
Oh. So, fun fact, Dirtho is a leap year baby. My great-grandma was a leap year baby, by the way. She was born on the 29th of February, which, you know, sadly, that only comes around so often. But Doc Haskell in the production room, thank you for the shout-out. He is either 22, which would be, you know, official calendar date, or, if we count the leap years, 5.
Hey, I mean, if you only age every 4 years, that means you live 4 times as long.
I wish that was the case.
Oh, man. But I actually don't think I've ever met anybody with a leap year birthday before.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think I ever have. I mean, to be fair, it's a 1 in 365 chance. That comes around every 4 years. So it's more like a... Hold up a minute.
Quick math.
Hold up. I can't do this in my head. It is a 1 in 366% chance.
I think it's a little bit more than that because
it is
every 4 years.
I'm not a math major. I'm struggling in accounting for a reason. Oh man, this is a reason that I 0.3 something according to production,
all right.
which
Our
sounds a lot more accurate, to be honest.
Our production has us. Thank you very much, production.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
I do remember leap years are kind of weird because they don't fall on, I think it's like every 100 or every 1,000 years. If it's still divisible by 4 and 1,000 or something like that, that it doesn't count as a leap year, which is really weird.
It's odd. I don't know. All I know is that every 4 years, February gets an extra day because it had to be special and be 28 days normally. I mean, I don't know why we couldn't just give some of the
shortest month, man.
Yeah, why don't we give some of the 31-day months, the ones over to February? Get like only like 1 or 2 31s, and then just have February at 30.
I didn't make the calendar. I don't know why.
Oh, where's Gregorian? I need to talk to him about his calendar.
But anyway, I want to give one more shout out to Dirtho. Happy birthday, happy 22nd birthday, or 5, if you can't believe you're to Dirtho Emiliano Flores. Again, incredible player. Made so many accolades here at Boise State University, and we're hoping today to see another one added to that, because we got to get the topic back rolling on to San Diego State University versus Boise State. Again, getting through this one will get you into semis. It is a very big deal from there. Then you'll have to face the winner of Leslie University and Daytona State University. Once you're able to beat that, that's when you get onto Akron Blue. I do think this is where it's going to get very, very tough, because we talked about how falling into the lower bracket, what it really means when you're in this type of tournament. You have that extra life used, but that's also extra time used to be able to figure out, hey, what was working, what wasn't working. We also had an hour before we actually got back to the broadcast, so there was time to dissect a little bit of that play and figure out the kind of details of how to improve and how to go forward and make it look good. But
I don't know why I turned that way. I just saw the camera change.
but with those adaptions, other teams still get that sort of leeway as well. So that's why it's one of those cases where just because they're in the lower bracket, just because they lost, doesn't mean they're going to be someone who you can just push over and get a free ride to the qualifying match.
Also, another benefit of taking that time to really figure out what went wrong, how we might be able to improve, is also what were we doing that we shouldn't have been doing? What mistakes were made during the game, and how do we avoid those same mistakes from popping up? If we get into the same situation, how are we going to rectify it? How are we going to make it a little bit better, more advantageous for us in general? And I feel like the ability to go back and reflect on your own games is incredibly important, and having that much time in between them, you have so much time for introspection on that sort of stuff. Also, since these are going to be best of 5, they are going to be a little bit longer in nature. Even if you do lose 2, you're not automatically out. You still got at least one more game if the other team doesn't win it. And I feel like that is a huge boon in and of itself. You just need to be able to take advantage of having that extra time to really give yourself a counterpunch.
I mean, and we could see some of the details already, especially from the Davenport game. Looking back on that, right? They couldn't get through a lot of the defense of what Davenport had set up. Why? Part of that was you didn't have the ability to really bump them out of the way. You needed some of that communication and coordination to do what they were doing to us, basically, where they would go for shots. We would have a clear defense set up, and we'd get bumped out of the way, and the goal would go in. I want to see more of that from Boise State going forward, especially against, as we have coming up just a moment, San Diego State University. I need to see the setups for the goals. We talked a little bit about Doc and the conditions that Boise look to play around offense, and that's usually around fueling up with boost. That's when they want to get their clears. That's when we want to push them for the goal. But that's when we also need to see those demos come in, those bumps come in, and those goals finally meet the net.
Yeah, because once you're off and getting your boost, it might leave you a little bit too open than you might want to be. We're not a deli shop on a random Tuesday morning with the goal. We need that thing closed indefinitely. And I know that's kind of a hard sell to keep it all the ways closed, but you got to be able to play quickly, identify when they're going to attack at you, really get yourself moving. And as much as Rocket League is a fast-paced card game, you also got to know how to take it slow, too. You got to conserve your boost. Try to get around defenders. Try to get around attackers. Try not to get demoed at 100 boost. We hate it when that happens, because that's a lot of boost gone. It's just all over the field. Actually, is boost like gas?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It's like nitrous oxide, maybe.
Nonsense.
I kind of think of Fast and Furious.
Mid-energy drink.
Yeah.
Not a very good energy drink.
But yeah, playing around that boost, as you said, it's a good call out, Bryce. I mean, when you look at the way things were being played, I do feel like Davenport had a lot of boost control, that they were able to keep Boise from getting into that position where they like to play offense, where they like to play forward, which is full tanks across the board. Getting caught into a situation like that leaves you kind of empty-handed and weakens your punches for a lot of these blows that you're looking to find.
Yeah, and once those punches really get weakened, it makes it really hard to keep that offense going. And even a lot of times on defense as well. A really big thing about Rocket League is being able to rotate between offense and defense and offense and defense and just keep going around in that circle. Yeah. I mean, Rocket League is a game. Yeah, Rocket League has a very rounded arena for a reason. It's just all about going in those circles, getting in that cycle from offense to defense to offense to defense. And Boost just accentuates the ability for a team to really get from point A to point B incredibly quickly. And once you're out of that boost, and if your enemy has a lot more of it to work with, it makes it incredibly difficult for you to really stay on top of the game. It's like being at the bottom of the curve. You can't really get up on top and really get to where you need to be in order to really capitalize on a lot of that value that Boost tends to give.
Yeah, and again, we're almost ready to head into game right now. San Diego State University just hitting the lobby, so our team should be underway in just a second. To really re-emphasize the stakes out right here, there's no more second life. Boise State University, they need to fight tooth and nail, and even with opponents that they've taken down in the past, such as San Diego State, you can't underestimate. You need to go in with a strong mental, positive plays, and we're already seeing that coming out as Preston starts off with the demo on the kickoff on Sean Bean as it rides up the sidewall. Suddenly, it's SDSU who find themselves pushing forward into the Broncos territory. You can see there's going to be a little bit of a switch up with the roster coming in from SDSU. I do not see Azapatos. I know one of the names is kind of starred out there, so we'll figure it out. That might be Azapatos, but
I believe
do
that
see
Adossi is actually Azapatos due to his signature car. Not very many people use that car, and if I remember right, Azapatos is the only one who does, as Danner once put it, but it's still not going to stop Woozy from just sneaking one in.
Getting in some Danner quotes. All right, good look out there, and a good look out for the Broncos as well. Look at the pass down. Misreading where the play was coming from. You can see that Audacy was trying to go on the low end to find the block, but punching it to the left meant for the goal for Woozy.
Yeah, Sean taking it up the right side, looking to put it on. The goal isn't quite going to get, no one's going to get there before Durtho. He's actually going to be playing in the air, passing it over to Woozy. He's looking to set it up for someone else, but no, it's going to be Sean B who takes it away in the end. Looking to put it on the net, but the entire Boise State roster already at the goal. Going back to that rotation thing, everybody who has boost is able to get around and around and around they go, as Woozy almost puts one in.
Yeah, Preston still not stopping though. Wants the pass over to Woozy. Sean B is able to stop that. Now Sean B taking it over. Durtho looking to have Woozy help him out here. Sends it over to Preston. Preston goes for the shot, gets blocked away. Audacy will be the one to steal it. Looking for the clear, but gets denied. Sean B will get a demo to try and return it. Durtho still in position. Sean B won't find much else. Sean B gets another demo, though. That's going to work in the favor of SDSU as they look at the clear onto the Broncos. Downfield, the ball will go. A steal now coming out from our star-studded name as Durtho over the top misreads the defense, but it's okay because Preston is there. Into the corner. Audacy looking to score, but still that ball will get stolen away by the Broncos.
Wait a minute. That guy's name has 5 stars in it. That's 5-star. I just realized that. I mean, it's not going to stop him from getting demoed by Preston, but I was like, wait a minute. Star-studded. Stars. How many stars are in the name? Count them up. 5.
You know, this is why we have you, Bryce. You got the big brains. You can figure out the stuff that I can't. I mean, you already figured out the Azapatos thing, so.
Well, actually, I'm not 100% sure about the Azapatos thing. I'm fairly certain. I'm very confident in the Azapatos thing. But unfortunately, 99.9% is not a guarantee. But I am guaranteed Woozy's just going to pop it in. Oh, man, what a show. Just able to watch him do this. He just grabs it and then runs with it.
Yeah, and there was no defense that could really reach what the Broncos were looking to do there. Pushing it into the upper right corner. You can tell the pre-read was there, but not in position, not at the right time, and instead it goes the Broncos' way. 5 stars now looking for a shot of his own. It's not on net. Has the backup of Sean B. Sean B almost gets it going, and this is a demo-heavy game as another one's going to be found. Wheels, axles, and engines all across the field.
I kind of wish I wish they modeled the the demolition. Just like you could see how much destruction went on throughout the entire game. But with the ball pushing towards Boise State, demos are flying everywhere. It is just Woozy playing defense as 5-star tries to hold on, isn't quite able to. Sean B passing it over to Azapatos, but Woozy's going to keep it there. Durtho meeting him in the air, and there we go. Boise State right back on the offensive. You can have 6 demos, but if you don't put the ball in the goal, it still doesn't add up to a point. Boise State still leading 2-0 with 1:30 left on the clock.
I like some of the patience we're seeing from San Diego State. They're not just seeing their plans go to fruition, though. That's the tough part for them. For the Broncos, we are happy to keep running this through. So now the ball goes downfield. Woozy looking to lead that. Grabbing the charge is going to be Audacity, but gets taken out in the demo. Means he can't block anything. Woozy will score.
And a hat trick at that. The first one we've seen out of this tournament. I mean, getting 3 goals back to back just like that before even a single goal gets scored on them. These are the Broncos we know, and you can tell that they've been talking about the past few games, and they are ready to go into the back half of this series, of this tournament, with a lot more strength. But with a shot onto goal, Preston's going to be right where he needs to be, and stealing the boost from Oz, too.
And this is a lot what we talked about. We wanted to see the Broncos start to get more aggro with the plays they're making, where you get those demos coming in. And that's exactly the play we were looking for. We're talking about bumps. It was a straight up demo, and it gets them 3-0. You can see that they just keep bumping Audacity, not allowing him to get a shot, but he still scores it anyway. That's San Diego just getting on the board, but there's 50 seconds left and 2 goals separating the Broncos from victory.
Yeah, and with that, Boise State is going to have to play a little bit more defensively minded. I mean, they could always just go for more goals. I mean, the counter goes up way higher than 3. I believe the highest I've seen it go is 17. So, I mean, there's definitely a way to get that score way higher up there and completely shut out the other team. But with a good shot on goal, it is going to be blocked out. Sean B unable to get there, but Azapatos able to save, but Durtho comes in from behind saying, no, I am getting that ball in there, and then shoving Azapatos out of the way. Man, what a, just following up right behind him, and unfortunately a one-man army is bound to be outnumbered.
You know, it was a good save initially, but with no one to follow up for SDSU, it means there's no chance. But here comes Audacity with the aerial.
Puts it in.
And you have to appreciate this. I mean, we talked about him being a very mechanical player. He reads where the ball's going off of the sidewall, guides it through, spots out Woozy, and takes it into that corner. A good shot for SDSU, but the Broncos are still up by 2 goals with 30 seconds left on the clock.
30 seconds, not a whole lot of time, but it might be enough if they're careful with it. However, the Broncos have been playing in a way that I don't think it is possible for them to do. A nice shot from 5-star is going to get knocked out by Durtho, and doesn't go quite the way 5-stars wanted it, but Sean B and Oz are both there to help him out. A few shots on goal go towards Boise State's goal line, but it's not going to quite result in anything. 5-stars with the tip up to the top, and with 2 seconds on the clock, Boise State will take round 1 in this best of 5.
Ball lands onto ground. The round is over. Boise State 4-2. A very aggressive game coming out of them, especially from Preston. You can see it right there. 4 demos for Preston, 2 for Durtho, 1 for Woozy. So they are bumping. They are breaking. They are doing everything they need to crush the defense of San Diego State.
I believe it was Daryl Earnhardt Jr. who said rubbing is a part of racing, but I didn't realize that completely demolishing your opponents was also a part of racing. But I guess if this is normal racing, then I actually didn't know where I was going with this one. But normally, you don't see that many demos, but Bronco. Yeah. Ricky Bobby also said, save me, Tom Cruise.
I think that came from Doc Haskell.
that did. I'm ripping that off. Yeah. Hey, Ricky Bobby, one of the best racers of our time, only beaten out by Lightning McQueen.
Okay, this is going crazy places. So I'm taking this back to the field right now. Here comes San Diego, 5-stars looking for the shot. Coming through, the Broncos lock it out. Sean B gets read like a book, and Preston sends it downtown for a long shot in.
Call this man Michael B. Jordan, because he just put that thing into the net, no problem, from the top rope. What a shot.
Michael B. Jordan? That's the actor, not the basketball guy. All right. I need to get back on the field again. Here we go. Dirtho passes it over to Woozy. Woozy sinks it in.
Well, he's gonna put another one in. So maybe one of them was Michael Jordan, one of them was Michael Jordan. One of them was just the first one was Michael Jordan. The second one was the actor acting like Michael.
I just heard a bro from production. All right, here we go back on it. Boise State off to a phenomenal lead, to say the least. I mean, this has been a great couple of plays to come out from Preston's read to Woozy's dunk immediately after that. It's given a strong look for Boise State University now. Over the top of Sean B, gets read out, blocked away. Goes center field. Audacity on the opposite end has to try and get the ball through Preston, but not going to be the case. 5 Stars centers it up over into the corner. Now Dirtho looking for the shot. Dirtho goes low, goes for the pass, but doesn't have Woozy in the back pocket. Audacity was able to get that demo ahead of time.
Yeah, they're starting to figure out what Boise State is liking to do. They like to push the ball up front a little bit more with one person, let it hang there, and have somebody in the back come up for it. Unfortunately for Woozy, he was the one who was in a really good spot to just take the demo, and unfortunately, it led to no goal there. And I feel like Boise State needs to play a little bit more careful around the San Diego State team. They won fairly handily in the last round, but those last 2 goals coming in last second were looking really promising, not to mention that last volley as well.
Now Dirtho over in the corner, looks for the challenge. Demo from Sean B. Doesn't get the ball on target all the meanwhile, so it allows the Broncos to push ahead and look for a shot. Plenty of boost to work with the Broncos, so you should expect their offense to come through. Dirtho out in the corner. Audacity with the demo is going to buy some time for San Diego State to regroup. Look for their counteroffensive. Audacity, ball not on target. Blocked away again by the defense of the Broncos. Dirtho setting it up, passes it to Woozy. Instead, tries to double tap it for himself. Not going to find the goal. Audacity tries to right it up the sidewall. Looking for the first shot. Not going to get on to target, but you know who will. Ooh, it's the Broncos. It's now up the sidewall, looking for another one. Is 5 Stars.
Just a little bit high. Dirtho's going to be able to save it out in the perfect spot at the perfect time. Another save. A third save out of Woozy. They're just able to, they're sitting there like a brick wall. No one's getting anything past them. 5 Stars sitting in the midfield trying to keep it on the Broncos side of the field, but a nice shot is going to have to be saved by Audacity. And Woozy once again going up to pressure the ball. Sean B flipping it over to the midfield. Preston taking the ball away once again, but it's still shooting over to the Boise State side. Woozy finding himself with the ball, threatening another goal on San Diego State, and Preston barely whizzes by.
Yeah, it's a good play coming out, but Woozy needs to back up to go grab some boost. Now the Broncos going to continue that offense, pushing it off the top. Dirtho can't find the bounce, but Woozy can!
The read was wrong. Oh, man. You just got to watch this one. Preston shoots it up. They think Dirtho's going to do it, and unfortunately it wasn't him. It was someone else, and it just went right in. Boise State extending their lead 3-0 with just over 2 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, fake-out plays like that are beautiful. They're a thing to behold because you're fully convinced it's Dirtho going for that shot, but they don't see Woozy. A nice bump now coming in from the Broncos. Sets up the ball, centered up. They got some boost to work with, so they could go for a shot, but instead they're going to start to back off to go refuel. Dirtho, however, happy to take the first attempt. Woozy contesting it out, looking to fight for control with Sean B. Audacity, knocking the ball the wrong way, hitting off the ceiling into the corner. Dirtho leads through. 5 Stars only able to just watch as Sean B. struggles with the Broncos offense. Over the top, Woozy goes! Another hat trick for Woozy.
Dirtho, I saw that. You were trying to steal the goal, weren't you? And look at this, Woozy with a great shot. Dirtho couldn't get there in time. He couldn't take credit for that goal. That was Woozy's.
Hat tricks across the board.
I know, right?
It's just so good for me.
I will say, Boise State has done a lot more bumping and disruption in this game than they have in some of the past ones. Especially in the last round with all the demos that they were throwing out there. They just had so much to do. So we just got word that 2 players have left the match, but because goals were scored, the game will go on, no matter what happens.
Okay, they're back.
They are back. They're back. We're chilling. We're still good. That could have been bad for San Diego State. They got less than a minute left. They got to score 4 points to win.
safe.
Yeah.
Could have been bad. It's pretty good. So some restraint and sportsmanship being shown by the Broncos. They just held on to the ball. That's why Woozy was leading it into the corner. It was buying some time for SDSU to have all their entire team back. So great sportsmanship coming out of the Broncos. Always love to see this kind of thing. They still have a 4-0 lead. They don't really need to rub salt into the wound until the entire team is there.
Yeah.
And already a shot coming in. Audacity finds the block. Demo found up by Woozy. The ball goes center field.
Also, not to mention that it is currently a best of 5. Even when the Broncos win here, they still have one more game to play before it is time to pack your bags for San Diego State. They still got one more game to try and get a win in here. I do not think it will be this one with a 4-point lead to try and overcome, as Boise State are going to ground it, taking game 2, putting them to match point.
Yeah, great display coming out of the Broncos. And again, I really did like the sportsmanship. You know, disconnects do happen. Sometimes you have technical issues. San Diego State losing 2 of their players, but Broncos showing some restraint to make sure that this is still on competitive grounds. And with the 4-0 victory, you can tell they are starting to feel themselves right now. The Broncos will be leading the charge as they hit match point.
Yeah, riding out into the sunset of Game 3, looking to make it a good one to end the series off on. I do think that we are seeing a lot better play from Boise State than we did in their last game. I think that the ability to disrupt has been a lot better. The ability to adapt to disruption has gotten a lot better as well. Honestly, I just think there's a lot of different aspects of the game that have been improved upon in this game. I mean, there's a lot of minor stuff that you could talk about, but I mean, why talk about the minor stuff when the major stuff is there as well? I do have to give credit to San Diego State. They're still doing a good job at their rotations and boost control and also getting demos where needed. It just doesn't happen to be exactly who needs to be demoed at what time as we go into Game 3, which is already underway. Boise State starting with a fairly aggressive push as Preston's way to put it in front of the goal. Woozy almost getting one in, but Sean B is able to get it in.
Now the fight in the center field. Woozy hits it off the top of the roof. Allows Sean B a little bit of time to try and take it into the corner, but you can tell the Broncos are ready and primed in position, especially with a lot of boost to work with. This is where they start to push forward. Looking for the setup. It is challenged. Woozy gets a shot attempt blocked away, but there's Preston. Sean B quick with the save. Now SDSU pushing forward. Girtho finally able to recharge on that boost, which is going to allow the Broncos an opportunity to go for a clear of their own, try and take down 5 stars into the corner. 5 stars goes for the aerial. Preston is there to challenge, and he will knock it straight into SDSU territory.
Yeah, Sean B looking to make a little bit of a save, but unfortunately for him, it's not going to quite go where he wants it. But luckily for him, he's got Audacity right where he needs to be. Sean B on the wall, Woozy trying to take it away, but I got to hand it to Sean B. He's always right there. Sean B where the ball is. Durtho trying to go up the wall to capture the ball, but 5 stars. He's doing a pretty good job holding on to it. Preston and Woozy both attacking the ball. Sean, look who else but Sean B to take it away once more. Going right in front of the goal, but Durtho's there with full time boost. A lot of just stuff to do.
I'm just waiting to hear Sean B. Jordan. Maybe that's why you said Michael B. Jordan earlier. I'm trying to buy you an out, man.
Sean the Sheep.
All right, here we go. Ball now right above the goal. Audacity finds the pass to 5 stars, but Durtho, that's the bump we were asking for. You can see a little bit of a take at a high-low on the defensive end for Boise State to make sure there were no angles that San Diego State could go for, and this allows them to punish back into their offensive play. 50-50, Sean B gets the better, but there's 2 defenders now for the Broncos. Durtho makes it look easy as he snatches it away, gets past 2. Not done. Preston doesn't go for the challenge just yet. Instead, Audacity is able to slip it right by him.
He's actually able to fake him out twice, because I mean he read the jump ball, but just didn't quite read the move driving forward. His 5 stars is going to find a demo of his own. Over half the time has been elapsed, almost 3 minutes, and nobody has scored a goal quite yet. A lot of shots from Boise State, but nothing really finding its way into the net. As Durtho might just find it here, is able to trick off, is able to trick out, and Woozy finding his way right to the goal.
That was beautiful. Well, just watch this. Durtho holds it up, sends it center field, has the communication with Woozy and the wherewithal, the overall knowledge to know he has a teammate he can rely on. And Woozy gets a very easy shot off a passing play, very textbook coming out from the Broncos to give them the 1-goal lead in what is a desperate Game 3. San Diego State currently behind. They want to stay in this series, but the Broncos are not letting them. They're looking to close out pretty soon. Another offense now coming in as it goes into the corner. 5 Stars able to hold it. Has a bit of boost to work with, but so do the Broncos.
Yeah, Daisy trying to keep the ball in that center field. Challenged out by Durtho, who is going to win that clash. Sean B trying to play a little bit of defense on Daisy, trying to push towards him, but Preston with a shot. 5 Stars with the 5-star defense, able to get it away, but Woozy still on the offensive pressure, looking to make some space for Durtho as Daisy trying to get it in the goal, off the crossbar. No one's going to find it. It's a dog pile for the ball on the side of the net as Durtho is going to come out on top, but the ball, unfortunately, will be miles away in Preston's hands. And Woozy with a shot on goal. Look who it is. Who else would it be but Woozy to get number 2?
Okay, as impressive as this play was, it's a goal scored. I do want to highlight a little bit of the play earlier where you had said dogpile, right? We're seeing some changes. Durtho was able to maneuver that ball and get past one. There were just a lot of defenders there that made that goal not a reality, but that is what we were looking for. A lot of these aerial mid-air adjustments to stop the read from coming through from San Diego. It's some good changes. Even without that goal going in, you still got one a little bit later, and it's some great stuff for the Broncos.
Oh, Daisy trying to stop the ball from going any closer to the net. However, Durtho's going to meet it up in the center, looking to make a shot on goal. 5 Stars shoots it towards him. However, Woozy is going to make it to the ball with Sean B hot on his heels. Daisy able to get back to the goal and score it before Woozy gets his second hat trick of this series. Durtho looking to go up to challenge Sean B, is able to get it away from him off the crossbar. Unfortunately for 5 Stars, not going to be able to get that ball quite in there. 10 seconds left on the clock to score 2 goals, and Sean B and Daisy fighting for their lives, trying to keep this ball out of their goal with 1 second remaining. Woozy almost looking for his 3rd goal, but it isn't going to matter. Boise State takes the game 2-0.
What a fun game to watch, especially from, a Broncos fan point of view, because we're seeing, as we said, they had an hour to adjust and get back to the mindset where you need to win this game, and it's some good stuff, man. Shots coming off across the board from Woozy. He did find himself a hat trick. Some solid stuff overall from the rest of the squad, and some great adjustments coming through. There were more bumps, more demos, and aerial adjustments that I really did enjoy to see, especially that one from Durtho. I know it didn't result in a goal, but it's stuff like that that will help you out when you get further into this bracket. I mean, there's only 2 more matches that you really have to play before you are qualified for the CRL. So that's some good stuff. I'm hearing that Akron might be the next opponent come in. No, okay, so we still got one more, and that's going to be the winner of Leslie University versus Daytona State.
Yeah, and also I want to point out an earlier fact that you said, that the mid-air adjustments that Durtho was doing didn't directly result in a goal, but it did indirectly result in one. So even if you're not scoring goals with a lot of your plays, it can still help in the long run to really figure out those micro adjustments, how to make them, and really get that moving. We saw that in this game. I mean, 92 to 8% shot disparity. Boise State turned this game into a shooting gallery because they were able to keep control of the ball for almost the entire game and also utilize their boost incredibly well and also bump out defenders, making sure that they can't really do a whole lot.
Look at that right there. We do have our winner from the other side of losers quarterfinal. That is going to be Daytona State College. So they will be the opponent of Boise State University. Winner will go into the qualifying match versus Akron Blue. So it's starting to get contested now. 2 teams have now dropped, 3 remain.
Yes, and I didn't know and I guess it would make sense that Daytona has one. I mean, if they got a 500, they'd probably have a Rocket League team too.
That's fair, City of Cars, I guess.
Oh man. Oh man, the Indy 500 is cool. Indiana's a cool state. I've been there once or twice.
I'm hoping to look forward and see some of the replays that we had from that one, because I think there's a lot we can really take from that game for the, again, adjustments made by Boise State. Going back onto it, yeah, we are going to get a replay package. Going back onto it, we needed a lot to change to be able to qualify after that Davenport game, and we saw some of the fruit of that labor really being reaped.
Yeah, we saw a lot more. We saw a lot better bumps in this game, and I mean, we were talking about it earlier that there were some in the last few games. However, in this game in particular, we saw a lot more value in them than we'd had seen in a lot of these other games. We saw a lot more bumping a specific defender that's playing really well. I want to point out Audacy or Azapatos. I'm not sure if they're the same person. Like I said, 99% sure they are the same person, but go off the username for now, just to be safe. We were seeing them. They were very, very far and away the playmaker of the team. They were getting bumped the most. Over and over again, we saw aerial not aerial combos, but aerial plays that were completely shut out or shut down just because of a simple bump that really shot them off course, or just something in the way of, oh, I'm going to bump the defender, like in this clip here, that will make it so they can't get back to shoot the ball and nobody else is in the area. They can't really help them out. It's just small little micro adjustments like that that can really make all the difference.
And another thing to point out here was the boost management and boost control of Boise State. If you really pay attention to a lot of these replays, you'll see that boost is really up there until the closing moments before they get that goal. We had a quick conversation with Doc Haskell, who, the director of Boise State Esports, and does give a lot of feedback to the team on what they need, some of the plays that they need to make. And one of the things he talked about was having full boost before you go for offensive plays. And we had a lot of that in this series.
Yeah, we saw it a whole lot more this time as well. And also trying to avoid getting demoed right as you get that 100 boost too. We saw that in the game against Davenport a whole lot. Somebody would take that 100 boost, they'd get to full, and then immediately demoed. Just over and over and over again. We saw it on almost every player on the Boise State roster. And at some points, two or three, or sometimes even three of them would be demoed at the same time. All with 100 boost, but it doesn't really matter when you're getting demoed as well. So being able to make those safe rotations to get yourself on that full boost, give yourself that resource to work with.
That was beautiful.
That was a beautiful shot.
But yeah, that one right there, some of the misdirection that they were able to pull off. Stuff like that, just trying to make them read you in the wrong direction, right? Durtho had an aerial set up, chooses not to go for it, and instead lets Woozy go for it. That type of team communication is the communication of champions. It's the communication that gets you into the CRL and into what is hopefully a finals qualifying match and into the regular league play.
100%. I think that it will be the determiner. I mean, all these guys have proven that they are good with mechanics. They're good with shooting. They're good on defense. There may be something to do with maybe rotations need a little bit of work, but for the most part, these guys are very, very good at what they do with Rocket League. It's all going to come down to those little micro adjustments. Who makes the fewest small mistakes? Because even a small mistake really adds up in the end. I mean, just little tiny cracks can create a big hole in a dam. So you got to be able to patch those leaks. You got to fix those cracks as soon as they appear and go over what might be going wrong in some of these. Are we fixing these correctly? Are we replacing them with another bad habit that may not be desirable? How can we keep ourselves at peak function for the longest amount of time? Because at this point, we've played 4 games, I think, in a row.
More than 4. Yeah. So I do want to give a breakdown of what's coming up next. It's going to be Daytona State College. The route that they've taken to get here, they were able to beat CSUN. It was Akron Blue, the team that's currently waiting in lower bracket finals right now, that took them down into the lower bracket. And so far, they've had a pretty competitive run in the lower bracket. Looking at a lot of their games, they've faced a lot of series. It was Kaiser University that took them to 3 games. LCU Blue also took them to 3 games. Even against Leslie University Black, that went to 4 games in the best of 5 series. So it shows you that they are getting the reps in, but this is a team that's had to really fight to get into the position where they are. So I'm expecting to see a pretty battle-worn team going against our Boise State Broncos, that is Daytona State College.
Yeah, I think that Daytona State is going to be a really interesting matchup. I mean, Boise State has gone down is currently in lower bracket, but also in comparison to those games, they haven't really had that many games that have gone all the distance. They've had one of the best of the 3 games go all the way, but other than that, it has been fairly clean 3-0s, either wins or losses, and that can add up. It's a certain, you're playing a large amount of games today, and overall that freshness starts to wear off. Even the most seasoned players still get weary and tired after a certain amount of time, and being able to control that is going to be incredibly useful to really see if this team can really get going. But looking at this, we got Daytona State and Boise State looking to go up against each other, and the kickoff has begun. We got Shoelace taking the ball up over to Smooth. Ooh, man. What can I call that but Smooth?
Yeah, pretty solid goal to come out of Daytona State to start off this game. And really taking advantage of a lot of chaos. You can see Durtho having a little bit of a misread, but that's okay. First goal coming in early. You know, sometimes they catch you by surprise, especially when you're kind of filling out what the other team's all about. Now the Broncos looking to find a goal of their own. Plenty of boost to work with. You see Preston already going over to try and interfere with any defense that Daytona might make.
Yeah, Durtho looking to pressure it with a little bit of help from Preston and Woozy. Shoelace was able to get away from Preston, but luckily for him, luckily Woozy was right in the spot where he
Preston's got to be quick.
Gio with a good pass over, looking to give it to Shoelace. Isn't quite going to find it. That first goal might have been a little easy. This next one will not be. Smooth, looking to try and put it in. Shoelace is going to be the one to grab it at the end. Gio with a shot, going to be blocked out by Preston. Smooth, once again, looking for the ball, is going to find it on that side wall, looking to put it down on the ground, but Woozy says not today. Pushing it back over to the midfield, and we are still fighting for this ball. Boise State currently trailing by 1.
Bronco defense is very much online right now. You try and find an offensive play. Woozy sends it into the corner. Durtho has it on target. Ooh, saved away by Shoelace. And another shot coming out from Durtho. Another block found by Daytona. Woozy, midair bump, 50-50 going the way of the Broncos. Demo found by Durtho onto Shoelace. All the meanwhile, Preston sending him into the corner, needs to get some boost, will do just that. High angle shot now found by Daytona. Gio looking for a way in. Now Preston taking them up to the skies with the aerial. Passes it to Durtho. Durtho looking to seize the opportunity, but Gio steals the ball away. High shot. Preston reads it beautifully to find the block.
Yeah, Durtho going to be meeting him in the air. Smooth is able to get around the defenders, but not around Preston. He's able to take it away, but Gio just taking it in and putting it down low.
So this is one of those moments where Daytona were able to get the better of this. Constantly, we've seen the high-low coming out of the defense from the Broncos. This time, they had sent 2 going up, 1 to try and interfere with the shot, 1 trying to read the shot coming out from a high angle. And Daytona going to get the better of it on this exchange. So put them 2 up is a best of 5, far from done. Broncos start reading a lot of what's going on right here as a shot attempt comes out of Gio. As follow through, Durtho gets the save. Demo found by Smooth onto Durtho. Shoelace on the aerial looking to slam it down. Gets through 1. Woozy sends it right back over to Daytona's face. Now Preston coming off the sidewall. Gio steals it away. Smooth into the corner. Preston, Demo onto Gio. Now Smooth wants the ball, but Durtho will fight to try and contend for it. So will Preston. Stolen out from the corner. Past 1 defender. No, Smooth still slides on in. Takes it away. Goes on the aerial. Pass back to Gio. Solis in the right place, right time, but the Broncos will knock that ball off its trajectory.
Yeah, Durtho looking to push it away, but Gio and Shoelace, both of them being able to really get that ball away. Smooth taking it all the way over off the crossbar, just a little bit wide for him, but Shoelace is going to be able to stop it in its tracks, really just keeping up that offensive pressure. Woozy going to be taking the ball this time around on the midline. Gio is going to meet it in the air, knocked away once again by Durtho. Smooth and Shoelace, both of them still have 100 boost. They have a lot to work with as Woozy is looking to either steal some boost or maybe get a demo. Unfortunately, neither of which will happen. Durtho once again with the ball, flip reset with the swoop over Smooth, but Gio is going to be the one to grab away.
Very close right there. Quick response coming out of Daytona. The Broncos, they're finding opportunities, they just haven't been able to fully execute on them. They need a little bit of that bump play that we've been seeing before. Shot coming in for Gio. 3 up is Daytona State.
Yeah, the Broncos really do seem to be struggling with their rotations here. I mean, we just saw the whole team trying to push up, play a little bit more aggressive, and then it just turned into nobody on the backfield to really take care of that ball. We're currently seeing Daytona State up 3-0.
Oh.
Preston with the ball though, looking to turn that around, but blocked out by Gio.
Yeah, so Lace gets a save there. Uzi can't block in time. Already setting up on the defensive end. Oh, Broncos got to act fast. It's looking for a waterfall shot. Smooth. Gets stolen away from Woozy. Has an open net. It's looking to go in. Durtho just needs to guide it. It gets interfered with by Daytona. 1 minute remains. Daytona State in the lead, 3-0. And looking to put a fourth in. The Broncos looking to steal that ball away and look for the comeback into the corner. Durtho fights for it. Woozy sends it long. Sulace gets the pre-read on the jump into the corner, goes for the shot, has the angle, but doesn't have the ball on net.
Yeah, doesn't have the help either. Broncos were able to tie up the rest of the team, make sure they can't do a whole lot. However, Woozy is going to get demoed for his troubles. He does get a pretty good respawn right in front of the ball. However, it's going to be knocked away by Gio, and Smooth going to put it right at the top of the net.
And this is an important time to reiterate that this is a best of 5. In these first games, you're going against so many different opponents, so many different styles. Even with the high-low defense, it just barely gets through for Daytona State. So this is stuff you're definitely evaluating as you fill out this team more and more and look to get your way back into this. Only 15 seconds are left on the clock. That very much belongs to Daytona State in game number 1. Gio going for the pass over. Sulace will follow through. Goes far to the right. 5 seconds left on the aerial. The ball just needs to spike right back down for it to be Daytona State's game number 1.
Yeah, but can Boise maybe put one on the... Nope, they can't. It's going on the floor. Man, that was a very dominant showing out of Daytona State. They were doing a lot of the shooting. I mean, look at Gio. Look at his accolade chart. I mean, there was just so many shots coming out so frequently that really you couldn't get your momentum going the other way. And when they did, it just they were all just picked off one by one. They had Daytona State were really good at getting on their man. Boise State wasn't quite able to get around that defense.
We need Boise State to get back onto the demos, get back onto the bumps. We are hearing that there might be a small technical issue that's getting worked through, but we will get back into the game immediately after that. All that being said, I echo your sentiment completely. Daytona State were able to play a much more in-your-face game, a game where they were in the offense. You saw from the map itself just how often they were getting shots, how often they were trying for shots. For Boise State, it means a little bit more boost control and a little bit more reading where the ball's going rather than just trying for those shots on the long haul.
Yeah, because in the end, quantity of shots doesn't really matter. It's more the quality of them. I mean, if you shoot 100 shots that are in a packed goal, it's not really going to do a whole lot. But obviously, you also need to be able to get into a position where you can take a shot in the first place. And I feel like a lot of Daytona State's players were in spots to where it didn't really matter where the ball was getting shot because they had so many people already on the attacker, already going into the kickoff. We see Boise State take some early possession of the goal, or of the ball. However, Sulace is going to be the one to grab it away in the end, along with Smooth. Gio coming along, going up to Woozy. Woozy will actually win that, as Preston is going to be the one to take it from here.
All right, now Preston on the aerial. Right away, Daytona State sending 2 to try and interfere, but here comes the shot. Now coming in
there
for
we go.
A great corner pass from Durtho. The follow through from Woozy right on target as it gets the ball into the net, and Boise State are now on the board.
That is just what you want to see out of Boise State. Already infinitely better than last time. They got a point on the board as opposed to 0. This is a ball game, everybody. Gio with the ball, trying to take it away as Smooth is going to be demoed. That's one less player to really get things done. However, Woozy with the save is also going to try and throw it up there, going to get it right next to him, but Durtho just a little too late to put it in. However, pretty much nobody has boost on the side of Daytona State now. Ball is actually going right towards Boise State's goal, and Smooth is going to put one in.
Yeah, open net right there Boise State were recovering from the offensive play they tried to make. It's a little bit of an overcommit coming out from both Durtho and Preston there, and it results in the net being wide open, and that is when Daytona are the most dangerous. They are very quick on those rotations, something that Boise State needs to respect and deliver some of their own, as Durtho trying to get the high angle shot, doesn't quite find it, but Preston is there. Now Ariel coming in, gets bumped out of the way, all going neutral, Smooth looking to pass to Gio, gets it to Solis. Solis wants it in the corner, contest, now gets the ball into possession of Preston. Preston going through, finds it into the corner. Durtho sends it up the sidewall, but Smooth will steal that ball away. Gio looking for a shot, doesn't find it. Ball in the corner, Preston on the aerial, gets to send it up high, but you can see how quickly Daytona responds.
Yeah, Smooth is just always tailing Durtho. In fact, leading to a demolition in the end, but Preston also starting to tail Gio. You can tell that both these teams know who the MVP is, but unfortunately for Daytona, they didn't find Durtho quite soon enough. He's going to sneak another one in. Boise State leads 2-1.
Yeah, I believe Smooth thought he had a teammate there to pass to, and Durtho, right place, right time, shows up, sees it centered up, and slams that ball right into the net. Now Demo's going in. Woozy takes out Gio. Gio takes out Woozy. Goes both ways. Smooth tries to get control of the ball, but instantly pounced on. So another Demo's going to be found. Preston needs to get the ball out of the danger zone. Goes into center field. Gio looking for the read. Defense now coming out from the Broncos. Back pass to Solis. Solis gets it over the top just barely, and we're tied up once again.
Yeah, well, I need to rewatch that replay because that thing just barely went over the hood of Woozy's car. Oh, it's like reaching for the cookie jar, and it's just like a few inches out of reach. Oh man, Daytona State able to tie it up. We are just under 3 minutes remaining as Daytona is looking to score yet another one. Boise State also looking to score one too, putting one right onto the goal line. However, Smooth living up to his name, getting the save.
There we go, Smooth knocks it downfield up the sidewall. Woozy follows through. Preston looking for the pass to Woozy. Solis taking control, so does Gio. Gio bouncing it off the side, centered up, and it's a great shot coming out from Daytona State. Didn't get the lead off of it.
And that was a good shot out of Gio, pushing it over to the side and then to your team. I think every single person touched the ball in that play. That was a good pass out of Daytona State. Boise State wasn't quite where they needed to be to stop it, but going into this next kickoff, Boise State already putting on the pressure as the ball is going to go to Gio in the end.
It kind of reminds me of what one of our coaches, he coaches Bishop Kelly High School. Nate has been saying, and Durtho swinging in by surprise. And you got to appreciate this. Preston just scoops it up. Doesn't need to do anything else. Durtho, top left corner, finds the shot. But the point I was going to say was, what I keep seeing from Daytona is this kind of like Spider-Man defense where they just swoop in at the very last second and they keep the momentum of the ball going. Now Woozy looking off the kickoff. Gio takes it back. Up the sidewall, Preston looking for the shot. Smooth is there. Durtho has to back up. He plays defense alongside Woozy. Finds the block, Smooth in the back pocket. Wants to chase through, but Preston holds that up the sidewall. He has Woozy. Flip reset pass to Woozy. Gio interferes in time. Durtho still sends it straight over into the corner. The ball goes. Demo's going to be found. Woozy has a shot. Woozy's almost there and bounces it off the top.
Oh man, what a volley just off the crossbar, just barely getting taken down. Preston with another shot isn't quite going to find its way, but
Woozy
is going to be taken down. One less defender means one more opportunity, and Woozy is sure to take it.
These sweeping goals that Boise keep going for, it's finding victory, man. It's finding success. It puts them one goal ahead. A pass coming out from the corner nails the lead for the Broncos.
Yeah, they're really starting to find their element. We saw a lot of the strategies Boise State is using now.
Again?
Yeah, it's what Daytona State was doing to them in round one. They're starting to adapt to it. They're starting to learn how to play against it a little bit better. And Durthos looking to put another one on the goal. We're sitting at 4-3 with just over a minute left to go as Woozy is looking to put it another on the board, but it's going to be Sulace in the end to take it away.
All right, 1 minute warning now out. Bumping out Gio. Ooh, barely getting the ball right off the target. Durtho makes that save. Now Woozy has a chance to drive this right home. He doesn't have boost.
Oh,
he
it doesn't matter!
Hat trick for Woozy!
Man, no boost, no problems. He's just able to walk that thing straight into the goal. No one quite where they need to be. A little bit of an overcommitment from Daytona leads to Boise State going up 2 in the matchup. 45 seconds left on the clock after this kickoff, and Boise State is primed to themselves to be in a good position. Gio on the other side of a demo, leaving Smooth to take the ball up on his own. Sulace trying to help him out, isn't quite going to find anything. Ball still on Boise State's side, still need to be careful about it, but Sulace looking to go back for it, looking to help Smooth. Isn't going to find it in time as it's going to get saved out by Woozy. And speaking of Woozy with a shot on goal, Gio is going to be the one who's going to have to save it out. We are in the end game now as Gio's trying to set up for the ball. Sulace with the shot saved by Preston. And Gio is going to go for one last attempt. 8 seconds left on the clock. Durtho trying to save the ball out. He's able to do it. Smooth is in a little bit of a rough spot right now with 1 second left to go. Can Woozy put another one in? There he goes. Boise State takes the game 6-3. In a dominant lead, really showing off that maybe Daytona wasn't all they were cracked out to be game one.
Can we talk about that flick at the very end to seal the deal? I mean, it was already sealed. They put extra nails into that coffin just to make sure no Resident Evil shenanigans are going to happen. I know that game was just released, but got to reference it. Nonetheless, Boise State University, this is what we wanted to see from them. They started to find some success on kind of these sweeping goals, coming in from the corner and allowing someone else to center up and get that shot.
Yeah, we'd seen that a lot out of Boise State in the past. We've seen them really dedicate themselves to that sort of play style, and I'm a little surprised it didn't come out a bit sooner with how effective it seems to be for them and how well they work together with these balls. However, we saw it in this game. I mean, look at all the accolades on both sides. It's just crazy amounts of shots, crazy amounts of boost used, and crazy amounts of ball control. And overall, I think these games really come down to total shots. I know I said earlier quantity or quality over quantity, but statistics are pulling that quantity might just win the day.
I think the big stat that we should be talking about is ball control. I felt like when it came down to it, in game one, Daytona State had a lot of control, and that's why they were getting so many shots in. Now, this time, Boise State, it's almost 50-50. They were able to get a little bit more, but that little bit made a big difference in game two. And now it's still anyone's series as we head into game number 3.
Yeah, Preston going to start us off strong with possession. Oh, it's going to go to Gio, but right over. Gio's going to slip it in. 8 seconds into the match, and it looks like Daytona is looking to take an early lead.
Yeah, this was tough because the Broncos were already going on the offensive. They only had one defender there, and everyone else was kind of left up in the air with no way to get back to block that shot. So it's a good start for Daytona State, but the Broncos looking to retaliate now. 2 defenders there, looking for one of those sweeping goals again as Woozy tries to direct it to center it up. Preston gets the read, takes it over towards the corner sidewall, has Woozy ready to go for the shot. Not on target. Durtho looks to follow through, but not going to find the goal for the Broncos.
Yeah, Woozy is able to double back for the ball. He's got the boost to spare. He's got, actually, all the Broncos have quite a bit to work with. However, Sulace is going to be the one with the ball in the end, pushing it over to the side where Gio is quick to grab it away. Smooth, once again, trying to push the ball forward, but Woozy is going to be the one with it this time. Going to be demoed for his troubles, and Sulace is going to take the ball back. Looking to go meet Preston on that side. He isn't going to find him. Instead, he's going to find Woozy. Smooth trying to get the bump, but Woozy with a shot. It's going to go a little bit too wide. but it is still in a good spot for Boise State to take advantage of it, especially with Preston sitting on the ball, able to really make something happen, especially with Woozy taking it away from Smooth.
Gio has the read though. Looking for the flip reset into the shot, doesn't find his target. The Broncos quicker to react this time, but Smooth with these pre-reads sets up what could be a goal for Daytona State. Quick to the punch was Preston to find the save. Pass over to the side, looks to find Woozy. Woozy wants it towards Preston. Gio now into the corner. Gio misreads, but with the ball knocked into that direction, might be in the right place, right time. Durtho finds a demo onto Solis. Preston now up the side wall. It pops off the roof. Woozy looking to seize the opportunity for a shot. There is a good amount of boost to work with for the Broncos, but they're running low quickly. They need to regroup and recharge as they set up the next play. Still down 0 on the board for the Broncos. 2 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Smooth looking to try and keep it on the Broncos side of the field. However, Gio is going to be the one who has to double back because Broncos are riding into their territory and fast. Woozy looking to take the ball over in front of the goal. It's going to go over to Durtho. Preston with the reciprocation right underneath. It does not matter where you are on the defensive line because they're just going to shoot right under you. Solis unfortunately misreads the ball, and Smooth is just a few seconds too late.
Yeah, right in that corner, bottom left, exactly where Preston needed to focus up. He dials it in, finds the goal that ties game number 3. Durtho gets a save from Smooth's shot. Gio on the aerial. This is where Gio has been the most dangerous, but Woozy looking to try and take that ball away. Preston, 50-50 contest goes his way. Demo found by Woozy. Needs to get it past Gio. Can't find it. Preston instead follows through. Durtho waiting in the wings. It's now a shot coming in. Woozy acting fast. Will clear that ball right back over to Daytona State's side. Ball falls into the corner. Preston looking to center up for Durtho. But right away, Daytona State get to work. They send it to the corner of the Broncos.
Yeah, Woozy going to play a little bit of defense on the ball, but Solis is going to be shooting it right in front of the goal, but Preston is going to be the one to take it out of danger. Passing it over to Durtho, looking to make a shot on goal. Gio is going to be meeting him up on top as Woozy is going to take it in the end. Smooth going to grab it away over to Preston, pushing it up to the top. Smooth once again finding himself with the ball. Woozy pushing it over to the side. However, it might not go his way. I say that it's off the crossbar. Just a little bit lower, and that would have been an easy goal. However, Smooth with a shot is not going to find its way there. Preston with the save and a shot on goal from an epic save to an epic goal. Preston brings Boise State to a 1-point lead at 2-1.
Everyone on Daytona State thought that ball from Smooth was going in, and it was not. Boise State University catch Daytona State in a rough situation where no defenders could fall back, and they get an easy goal for it. And now with a lot of boost to work, they might push for another one. Preston in the back pocket will be able to get it up into the air, looking for the clear, passes it over to Woozy. Woozy to Preston. Preston to the sidebar. Now Durtho goes for the shot, but quickly enough, the save is made. Another attempt will get a 2-point lead for the Broncos.
It's just what we saw out of Daytona State to begin with in the first round. We saw a lot of similar plays, just a lot of fast, hyper-aggressive. Everybody takes a shot on the ball. Not all of them hit, but we only need one. We've seen this happen on from the other team. Daytona State won the first game because they were able to really get those shots off. They were able to just bang, 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 bang those shots out incredibly fast. And with less than a minute to go, they're going to need to find something that's going to work. They've been having to play defense as Woozy's going to knock a defender out of the way. He's just swatting flies. He's the one who should be named Smooth, as Smooth goes through quite the rough patch.
Woozy, what was that? Bumps him out of the way. He makes it look so good off the flip reset as well. He finds that bump, gets the ball right above the defender. It's a 3-point lead for the Broncos, and they're not done just yet because Woozy will sink in another.
Buckets. I don't even know what else to call that one. That one was just a field goal. Look at that, just right at the top from the midline. Boise State is just growing crazy right now.
This is a great display coming out from the Broncos. Again, this is why I say that game number 1, it's not indicative of how the series is going to go. It's a filling out phase. And right now, the Broncos, they are beyond warmed up. They are red hot as they continue their momentum forward. Pass down to Woozy. Woozy looks to catch the ball right off of the aerial. Instead, right underneath. Solis is there in time. Ball centered up for Gio to take a shot. Tries to get the pass over to Solis. 9 seconds on the clock. Even if they get this goal, it's not gonna mean much. 5, 4, 3. There's nothing left in the gas tank for Daytona State in this game number 3, but there's a lot left for the Broncos.
Yeah, Gio looking to put this ball on the ground to avoid yet another goal lead, and he's going to find it, but he cannot find the win. Boise State is going to lead game number 3, 5-1, putting the Broncos at match point.
And again, that ball control means a lot for Boise State. They have found their distance. They know when to swing and when to capitalize on Daytona State. These bumps, they're incredible. Woozy off a flip reset, bumping defenders out of the way, sending the ball right over. This is working wonders for Boise State as momentum is on their side at match point.
Yeah, they got one more game to go, and then they will be playing for their chance at qualifiers, and that is exactly what they want to see. This is just one more game to win, and then you play arguably the most important game of the night. So they just got to close it out, and how do they close it out? Just got to do the same thing they've been doing these past 2 games. Just completely overwhelm, encircle, and make sure that the enemy team has no idea what's going on. Because heck, half the time, I don't even know what's going on, and I'm watching the whole perspective.
There were a lot of good times as well where Daytona State kind of got overconfident with some of their shots coming in, where they felt like, okay, this aerial is in our way. Even if they bump it, it's not going to be a big deal. But no, Boise State are really good at finding the right angles, and already another one going to get set up. Solis going up high. It's still waterfalling down. It makes it tough for Daytona State to reply. Now Woozy off the read will bump Gio out of position. Allows Durtho to try to grab it away. Shot not on target for Daytona State. Center field, Gio on the aerial. The full tank of gas now going to run dry. Smooth going to try his luck at getting through Bronco defense. Durtho will deny it alongside Preston. Gio, still more shots coming out of Daytona State. They haven't gotten it in the net just yet, and the Broncos defense will not break.
Almost finding one there, just not quite getting it the right angle to really get some stuff done. Game number 4, game 4. They need, Daytona State really needs to win here if they want to keep their championship dreams alive. As Sule's trying to get to the ball in time. He's going to get the demo on Woozy. A lot more demos coming out already from Daytona State than last game. We see them already tying up what they had in demos last time around. As Woozy is going to try and shoot up the ball, is going to get bumped out of the way as Gio is going to take the ball for this time.
Goes up the wall now. Solis has been pretty good at some of these pre-reads. I think Gio's been the one who's a little bit more standout about that. But the Broncos, they got reads of their own as Woozy does find that save. Daytona have been much more on the offense this time around. Solis going to look for a shot. Durtho will just bump him out of the way. Now Preston goes for the aerial, has to get past Gio though. Uses Woozy to get the ball in.
Whoa, he just bulldozed through the entire team. Just watch this. Preston pushes it off of him right in between them all.
3 defenders, Bryce.
It doesn't matter how many there are. They can't stop me. They don't know I am him.
Jeez, Woozy on fire right now. He's definitely been getting a lot of these goals that have been working out. Preston quick with the save. Another shot now coming in from Daytona State. They will find absolutely nothing, but Smooth has an opportunity spiked down by Woozy with a brilliant block.
You want to talk about a Spider-Man defense? What was that if not a Spider-Man defense? Or I guess if Daytona State have the Spider-Man defense, wouldn't Boise State have the Venom defense? And arguably the cooler one.
That's not how it works. Spider-Man, you swing in.
That's true. Oh. Yes, that is true. But Spider-Man also swings sometimes. But moving back towards the game, Smooth trying to play a little bit of defense. It doesn't really do much, doesn't really have to. Ball was a little bit too wide to go through. However, he's chasing up on the ball. Boise State looking to reciprocate the ball that was so graciously tried to put in their net. Daytona State says, nah, we're going to try and put it in yours. Boise State says, no, I insist. We're putting it right back onto your side of the field. Shoelace keeping it in that midfield, unable to really get it any farther as Woozy's going to find the demo in return. Woozy, trying to keep that ball in a good spot, is going to make it sure it goes over that midfield line. Shoelace chasing the ball. We have just passed the 2-minute mark. We are halfway through this round, and Daytona State has yet to put a point on the board. From the looks of things, Preston trying to push it over towards the middle. Durtho bringing it back over towards his own goal, making sure he has the boost he needs to really make something happen. Gio trying to get a shot with the ball over to Preston, who is going to be very firmly in control. No, it's Woozy. He's going to take it away in the end.
Woozy is sick with it, man. Look at this, Preston on the 50-50. It goes up high, and Woozy is in that back pocket once again. No one to defend the net, no one to stop Woozy. And the Broncos looking unstoppable in these last 2 games, looking to make it 3. Oh. They want a date with Akron, and they're well on their way.
They want that. They really want that. They want it so bad. They want it so bad they're willing to shut out Daytona State completely. Boise State really just putting on a clinic in how to shoot these things and just how to shoot the ball in the perfect spot at the perfect time. Daytona State really struggling to get this ball out of their own lines as Preston continues to battle Gio. If he catches him, that's a demo. Oh my goodness. Preston, the cruise missile, able to take down Gio.
Gio demoed Preston.
Oh, never mind. I had it wrong.
But oh, look at that bump coming out from Durtho. Will knock him right out of position as the ball goes up into the skies. Falling through the sidewall is Durtho. Gio on the receiving end will catch the ball 50-50 going Gio's way. Now suddenly Daytona State have a chance to get on the board. Keeps getting thwarted. Over the top, but just barely. This defense of the Broncos has been brilliant. And it just looks like Daytona can't find their angle. With 16 seconds left on the clock, looking for another one. The Broncos will not score, but they don't need to. They just need to defend. And desperate is Daytona State, but the Broncos will give no remorse. They'll give no mercy. Even with the game one victory where they were outshot, Boise State bounced back to back games to take the series.
Unfortunately for Daytona, their shoelaces were untied, falling flat on their face, allowing Boise State to take this one in a 3-1 victory. What a good series of events, and this means we got one more game on our hands.
One more game. Boise State have finally made it into the qualifying match. Akron Blue is who awaits them. And that's going to start in just a few moments. We're not even going to have to ponder on this one, who's going to take it. We're just going to be able to watch that outright. But we will actually, we're not getting right into it. I'm just teasing right now, man. We are going to take a moment to throw it over to short break while we get ready for our final game of the day. Akron Blue versus Boise State University.
Up to 4 times the rewards with the ICCU Premier Rewards Visa credit card. It's the credit card from the credit union you love.
How's it look so far? Comfortable?
Times and places, all in who you share them with. Joy,
I got in.
who you share it with.
This is a great use of your home equity.
Who you share it with.
up to 4 times the rewards with the ICCU Premier Rewards Visa credit card. It's the credit card from the credit union you love.
My friends know me as Derek, but I'm also Master Sergeant Raxter. This is my life in the Air National Guard.
Since you guys have been in here, some things have changed. We've updated this place to be in its final form. New cabinets, new counters, all sorts of new stuff in here. This has turned into a place that wouldn't look out of place at an SEC or Big Ten football facility, and Dairy West has allowed us to have it here. We've taken a holistic approach to our player nutrition, and we're really thankful that Dairy West has made sure that our fueling station is the best in college esports and really at industry standard for any college athletic department.
Scott Matlock, underrated recruit, has built himself into one of the best.
Hello and welcome back to the Boise State Esports Arena, where we are covering the final game of the Open Qualifiers number 2 in the B pool, which the Broncos have made it to, but only one more opponent stands in their way, and it's a tough one. It is Akron Blue.
A team that Boise State has had quite the long history against, if I do remember. In fact, Boise State played them in the last World Regionals for CRL. And at that point in time, one of their players was still there, playing up against Boise State University's current roster. His name is Bullseye, if I remember right. Since then, 2 of the members of his team have retired. Or not retired, they've graduated. It's like the opposite of retirement. But they've moved on from Rocket League. However, Bullseye has not quite gotten there yet. It is just him to face off a team that he is fairly familiar with. However, with the loss of 2 teammates, it always has a lot of potential for more stuff, more people that know how to play the game and are very, very good.
Okay, and we're getting word that it's 7 matches that these teams have played, Boise State University and Akron Blue, and only 2 of them have been won by Boise State. So this is a very tough opponent. I've even looked at some of their accolades, 4-time CRL national champions, so a tough opponent indeed. They took Davenport to 5 games. This is a team that did get the better of us, but now, as I said, the Broncos have momentum on their side. They're feeling red hot going into this game.
Yeah, the Broncos are looking a lot better than they did in that Davenport game. I must say that they are looking a lot more in control. They're looking a lot more confident in themselves, and I feel like that is exactly where you want to be if you are going into such a tough opponent that will be Akron. I think that having a team that you know is going to be challenging and that you've seen yourself play very, very close, very, very well, you are in a really good spot to really take home the cake, take home the cupcake, if you are Durtho today.
But you know what other team pushed Akron to a series?
What was that?
SDSU.
They did.
So if SDSU are able to do it, this puts an interesting plate on the table for this next matchup that we're about to feast our eyes on.
Some nice fine china for this final game. Winner of this one will punch their ticket to the championship games.
They will be into the regular league play of CRL. And it's definitely going to mean a lot for these teams. I mean, there's so much talent that is already within this tournament of the regular league. We already talked about Maryville, Winthrop, Fisher. I believe Baylor has been able to qualify from their side, one of the teams that participates in the PEC. Boise State, we want to add our names onto that list who are going to be showing up and throwing down with some of the best that Collegiate has to offer within the Rocket League space. But again, only one opponent remains. The ability to come back against Daytona State was spectacular. To read what they were doing, to fill it out, and then completely clobber them afterwards. We want to see that same Boise State now showing up against Akron.
You know what time it is?
What time is it?
It's clobbering.
It's clobbering time.
I don't have the signature Brooklyn accent required to say that, but I feel like he gets the point across good. Boise State is in a great spot to really take this one home, coming off a really good win against Daytona State. It was 3-1, very, very close game in the beginning, but luckily or I guess not really luckily, skillfully, Boise State was able to take the game in spades. We are just getting ready to go into the match, and I will say, I am very excited for this one. I've heard tale of Akron. I've heard tale of their star-studded cast and their plays. So, how is that all going to translate going into this game?
It puts an interesting dynamic on the board, because if you look at where Akron were throughout the entirety of this tournament, right? They were able to take the entire upper bracket all the way into the finals of the upper bracket. And that's where they lost to Davenport. We mentioned that. But that means they've spent a lot of time not playing, just watching. So we'll see if that has any impact as we are into this massive game that has massive implications between Boise State University and Akron Blue.
Yep, we got Bullseye, 5-Up, and Miliota Gamer all fighting it out against Boise State, but none of them are going to get in front of Preston in time, as he is going to start the game off right after getting a goal off of 5-Up.
5-Up, so close, about a centimeter away from being able to get that block, but guess what? That doesn't mean anything. You can only be so close. Preston will get that goal and continue the Broncos' momentum forward, spiking it downwards. Emilio up in the air. Preston will punch it right away. That's now Woozy up on the sidewall. Dirtha will have to go on defense, but finds it, no problem. Demo going to be found by Emilio. Gets it on to Preston. Dirtha going through another demo. Back-to-back demos set up a tying goal for Akron.
I think that was, I think if you open a textbook, that really should be what you see for demolition. I mean, it was just at the perfect time. Dirtho was the only defender capable of stopping the ball and just demoed him right where he needed to be.
Yeah.
I gotta say, that was a good demo, a nice little kickoff from 5-Up. However, it won't result in a whole lot, as Dirtho will get that 100 boost, and the rest of Boise State are going to have the boost to work with to really get this ball rolling. Bullseye looking to take a shot with the ball, but passing it over to Miliota Gamer, not going to find his way with it. It's just going to be Dirtho with the ball once again. Preston taking the ball up, going over, sweeping goal. Preston gonna sneak it right by everyone.
No, it's not even a sneak. Look at Dirtho right here, right? Bumps away Bullseye. Bumps away Bullseye. Brilliant play coming out from the Broncos. We wanted bumps. Give us bumps. They're giving it right now.
Man, this party is really bumping as we continue to get this thing moving. Dirtho pushing it over to Preston, looking to have him set up yet another goal. He seems to be doing very well with that. Miliota Gamer is going to stop it just in time, but however, not really developing the ball at all. Pressing it over to Preston, and right in front of 5-Up, he is going down as Dirtho sneaks another one in with some help from his best buddy.
Coast to coast on the passing play. Preston, complete opposite side. Dirtho spots him out, pulls out a little bit of a Tom Brady impression, passes it right over to Preston, who easily scores that goal. Now Preston taking it off into the corner towards Dirtho. 2 up are the Broncos. Again, we were saying they feel red hot right now. They are beyond the warmed up phase. It's definitely showing against Akron Blue. Bump out of the air coming out from Dirtho. Preston on the opposite end looking to interfere with that ball going anywhere near his goal. 2 defenders. Bullseye has a chance to go for a shot though. Tries to do it off of the sidewall, but again, Boise is there, and they will score their 4th goal in lower finals.
Man, Boise State really just putting on a show to start us off. Really just putting the, I mean, I don't even know. I don't even have a good pun. This is a first for me. I don't have one.
They've left you speechless,
I'm going
Bryce.
crazy.
They've left you speechless. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to hear, man. They're doing just that good.
Yeah, get me to be quiet, and we are all good here as Dirtho's going to take the ball away. Once again, there's no one there. Oh, wait, no, 5-Up. 5-Up's there.
Okay.
Can't go crazy yet.
I'm already going crazy, man. This is a great start for the Broncos. Absolutely love to see it. That being said, don't count out Akron just yet. We had similar situation with Daytona State in the opposite direction.
Ooh.
And just like that, Emilio is able to get a goal in, but this is a 2-goal game in favor of the Broncos.
We're only halfway done, too. It's currently timer currently sitting at 2:28. 4-2, it is a 2-point game.
Wow.
Very doable for Akron to come back here. However, with this much time left on the clock, Boise State can also pile up their own lead as well. Kickoff goes in favor of Akron. Boise State looking to really start pushing back forward. A little bit of a bump is going to result in a neutral ball. Melioda Gamer going to pick up where Bullseye left off as Preston taking the ball away. Actually gets the 100 boost too. No more boost for many players of Akron. However, they're going to source it from elsewhere. Preston unfortunately finds himself on the wrong end of a demo as Woozy passing it right back over to the freshly respawned Preston.
Yeah, credit where credit is due. Akron have been pretty spot on when it comes to demos and trying to break the defense that way. That's what got them on the board rather early. Now 5 up, going for a shot, wants to double tap, but Dirt though swings right on in and finds the save.
You can't double tap the king of double taps. Come on now. He practically invented them. Probably not, but I mean he's very good at them. He does them a lot. I mean, Preston looking to put another one in is going to be canceled out by 2. However, that's a lot of boost to use for one play, and while Preston's backing off, Woozy has 100 boost ready and waiting to use as Preston once again taking it off the top with the flip reset and forcing the double commit to really get that moving. Woozy is going to be out of boost. Can't really do much to help stop that. However, Dirtho, full-on boost with a full tank of gas, is ready to get moving, especially with Woozy continuing to push it up with him. Dirtho looking to challenge 5 up. It's going to clank. Nothing's really going to come from that. However, Woozy with another shot on goal, forcing Melioda Gamer to jump for it. Over to Dirtho now with a minute remaining. Akron need 2 goals to tie things up. Can they pick up the pace as Woozy continues to put on the pressure, especially with Preston pressing the pressure on to Melioda Gamer, who's going to be able to get it away.
And just like that, the Broncos have bought themselves so much breathing room. Even if Akron are able to find a goal right now, which they don't because it's blocked away by Dirtho. 30 seconds on the clock. The Broncos are feeling comfortable with this 2-goal lead, and they're still continuing the offense. Out of the corner it goes. Woozy follows through, looks to chase the ball down, has Dirtho right there. Dirtho going for the clear, long shot coming in. Emilio has to go up high. Dirtho goes low, tries to sink it. Woozy has the shot. Preston follows through. 10 seconds on the clock. And just like that, even with the best attempts coming out of Akron, they've had some time off. They got beat by Davenport, and the Broncos want to book their ticket. They want to book it fast as they start off with an explosive game number 1.
What a game number 1, too. As the ball hits the floor, Boise State will officially take game number 1. We saw a lot of really good play out of Boise State, and like going back to your ball control thing, ball control was incredibly close this game. But you could just tell that Boise State was in control of the ball even when it was in technical control of Akron. They just knew where the ball was, they knew how to play it perfectly, and they were able to really execute on the ball a lot more than we saw out of Akron.
I think Akron, when they were able to get offensive plays going, it was for a long period of time, but once that stopped, they were never ever really able to get it back into their favor once again. Boise State just took absolute control afterwards. And you can even see the boost control, 50-50. It was dead even. Ball control almost 50-50 as well, but the shots very handily belonging to Boise State. They made the most use of the time they had with that ball.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that lie, but shot counters, those usually don't, especially with Preston putting on a lot of the damage that Akron ended up sustaining. You got Dirtho with 1 goal, but Preston getting 3 out of the 4. Once again, just going crazy with it.
Yeah, interesting situation too, because Dirtho was the defensive player for this one. Got a lot of key saves at the right time, especially when it looked like Akron were in prime position to get more goals going. And I like the way that the Broncos are playing because they're not letting up as they get the fake! Oh, it was so close to going in. Just barely going to be blocked away, but not done yet. The Woozy goes up high, has Dirtho now coming right back in. Plenty of boost to work with. Gets sent off target by Bullseye. Bullseye takes it over into the corner, stolen away by Woozy. 5 up, looking to challenge, but Preston is there on target, blocked away. 5 up, able to grab it. Now Woozy going over on the side, reads the ball, looking for the setup from Durtho. Woozy finds the setup, delivered right by Durtho, but Milio will get that block. Demo coming in onto Bullseye, up high, looking to slam it down. Durtho looking to read the pass, over the top, looking for the double tap, but Milio gets there in time.
Durtho going to have to push back, needs that 100 boost, pushing it over to Woozy, who's going to be fighting Miliota for the game, for the ball, almost this entire game, as Bullseye trying to take it away from Woozy. Not really going to find it. Preston pushing the ball right on over. It's going to be 5 up, getting absolutely launched by the bump. Once again, Durtho looking for the shot on the goal, isn't quite going to find it, as Miliota Gaming pushing the ball away once again. Woozy going to be the one to intercept. No, it's actually going to be Preston intercepting the ball this time around. 5 up with the ball once again, going up top, isn't going to find much out of it. Bullseye trying to contest the ball, that 50-50 is going nowhere, as Durtho is going to be the one with it in the end. Over to Woozy, who's unfortunately intercepted by 5 up.
Yeah, here comes Preston, up the sidewall, sends it off the roof. Milio catches it. Durtho is there, but Bullseye is quicker. Durtho will still hang time to grab it in his way. Durtho with the demo onto Milio, gives Woozy a chance. Bullseye quick to defend. Now sent over. Durtho quick as well, really racing over towards this ball and getting demos all the meanwhile. 5 up keeps it in Bronco territory. Now shot attempt coming through, and Akron will get the first point on the board in game 2.
Yeah, just having that angle was what ended up getting them that goal. They were able to find a spot where the Broncos weren't and really take advantage of that. I mean, the defense from Akron has also been a lot better this time around, a lot more rock solid. However, Broncos still are not letting up on their offense. Durtho already racking up 4 demolitions in this game alone. As we contest, Preston continues to light up the scoreboard with demolitions. 1 more for the road, and Preston is not going to find too much with that ball, but Durtho might just find a little bit with that pass to Woozy. A little wide.
Oh, Preston!
Oh, there's Preston! I couldn't even see the ball through the explosion.
Yeah, look at the way this ball bounces. It's the pass over to Woozy. Woozy knocks it wide, but right here, this demo from Durtho was so critical. It allows Preston to tie up this game too.
It's just what they did to him, the first goal of the last game.
Yeah.
I mean, a little bit of revenge, and Durtho with another demo onto Milio, Milio Gamer, Woozy. Just gonna put it in. He's just gonna, you know what? Ball in goal. He's just that shrimping.
I kind of hope, like, after this, we can have a quick talk with Doc Haskell, because I want to know some of these kickoff plays. What you're seeing on the kickoff is demos coming right through at the beginning, and it's kind of a surprise play that's being found. And I'm hearing word right now from production, it's Doc Haskell who's doing production as well, that play itself is called a Spanish.
I wonder why. I'm genuinely curious, but I'm also curious as to how they managed to get that ball out of the net. That was an incredible save out of Akron. You got to hand it to them. That one was in a very dangerous spot, but 5 up, looking to pressure the Boise State goal. It's going to be Woozy to save it out. Miliota Gamer trying to get it through, but Bullseye is going to be the one to shoot it. Unfortunately, his aim is a little bit too high, and he missed it. Might need to adjust that one down if you really want to hit your namesake, but looks like Durtho trying to get that ball away, isn't quite going to find it. Woozy with the flip over, a little too wide.
I'll say it right now, the shots coming out of Akron are filthy, but this defense from the Broncos is filthier. Pass over to Preston, has it right where he wants it, but no one else can follow up to sink the goal in. Up the sidewall, looking to come through his 5 up, breaks through one, looking to break through another with a pass over the top. It's not on target. Akron gonna go wide, and another block found by Preston. 5 up does not give up, but with the 50-50, it falls into the corner. Another shot going in, catches the Broncos, and it's a tie game 2.
Tie game 2, minute and a half left. We got it's quite a bit of time in Rocket League standards, but not really that much time in anyone else's standards. But it feels like a long time when watching Rocket League. However, Boise State looking to do a kickoff, looking for the kickoff. Durtho and Woozy going to have it go towards the side of Akron. However, doubling back to grab a little bit of boost to work with. 5 up, looking for a shot on goal. Durtho is going to be the one to save it out. 5 up once again, finding himself with the ball. However, Durtho is going to be the one to save it out, passing it over to Woozy. Bullseye going to be the one to grab it in the end. Woozy getting the 100 boost as well. Preston looking to go up for the ball, but it's going to be 5 up who gets it in the end. However, with no more boost to work with, Woozy is going to get easy control of that ball in the air.
And big defense, Durtho coming in critical and clutch for the Broncos. We might be going to overtime. There's still less than a minute on the clock for either of these teams to try and score. 50-50 goes neutral. Durtho passes it over, catches Woozy. Woozy still getting through one, but Bullseye responds promptly. Bullseye going to miss the ball, allows Durtho to start to dribble it forward. Preston now setting up for Durtho to spike it through, sends it into the corner. Boost will be collected. 30 seconds still remains. Broncos could get themselves to match points soon as Durtho on the defensive angle once again. A lot of saves coming out from Durtho. You have to appreciate it. Only 15 seconds remain before we might have an overtime.
Yeah, Woozy going to be the one to take the ball up this time. Going to get pushed into by Bullseye. Unfortunately for them, it is not going to go the way they think it will. Durtho trying to race after the ball with 3 seconds remaining. We might see overtime here, folks. 1 second on the clock. A ground brings us to overtime, and here we go. Overtime in the losers finals. I mean, it had to come out at some point. I'm honestly surprised game 1 didn't go to 1. However, Bullseye starting it off strong, looking for a push towards the goal. Isn't quite going to find it in time. Preston going to be the one with the ball this time around, pushing it towards the goal. However, it will be 5 up to save it out.
5 up sends it into the corner. Still falling through. Woozy is there, not allowing the shot to go through. Emilio has a chance to back up, and just like that, the demo. Akron go back to the playbook. They find the demo on the defense. The plays they were able to make early in game 1 will get them into this series.
Yeah, the demos out of Akron have been really, really good. I gotta give them credit. Boise State has had a lot of demos. Like,
yeah, look at
Durtho with 6 demos alone. However, Akron's demos came at times where they needed to have a defender in one spot, didn't quite have it there, and then that demo, that demo comes in and frees up that whole goal, tying things up 1-1. We are at a tie ball game in the series. So, Boise State, how are we going to come back from this?
I mean, we're basically at a best of 3. Right?
Yeah, we're basically at a best of 3.
Yeah, so whatever team is able to win this next one will get themselves at match point. You got to keep momentum rolling onto your side. I don't think it was a bad game played out of the Broncos. They had some pretty good plays, specifically around their kickoffs. The Spanish was called out by Doc Haskell in the way they were able to kind of set themselves up rather early in that game. But Akron still fight their way back into it. I wouldn't have it any other way, though. I want a series on our hands. I want a competitive game, and Akron is able to bring it to us.
Yeah, it looks like you are going to get your wish for a competitive game because these guys have been have been fighting tooth and nail throughout this entire series. I mean, even game 1 was an incredibly close game. Game 2 was closer still, and now Boise State looking to get themselves up to 2 wins.
We head onto the field for this next game. A reminder, what's on the line in this series? Qualifying for league play in the CRL. So many colleges, so many universities have signed up to be a part of this, but only so many can break through. It's game number 3 now underway. Chase through now coming in. Has 5 up, centers up the ball. And looks to try to get something going.
Yeah, looking to get something going, but Meliota Gamer trying to do something about it. Looks like Preston trying to push it over to Woozy, who's going to get it close up to the goal. Durtho looking to make something happen, trying to keep the ball over on the Akron side. Boise State has been doing a really good job of keeping it over there. However, a lot of their success comes from that continued pressure on to that defensive end. And Boise State is starting to kind of give it up to Akron a little bit more. Akron has been taking a lot more of an offensive push towards it, and 5 up is really showing his stuff.
All right, here we go. Pass over to Bullseye. Bullseye looking to try and stifle it. Durtho almost finds a shot into the corner now. Knocked up high by Woozy. Preston is watching, he's waiting, he's eyeing up. and will get the ball past Bullseye. Needed to go for the low angle. Double save now coming in, but Durtho, can you find the triple save? Answers yes so far by Akron, but Woozy not going to relent. Gets it center field. Emilio looking to get control of the ball for Akron.
Yeah, Bullseye looking to push it away, isn't quite going to find it. 5 up, tries to go for the 50, isn't going to get it though. It is going to go the way of the Broncos. However, Bullseye is in the perfect spot to really push it backwards. Durtho looking to grab it from Preston after going towards it, tries to fake him out, but Bullseye, he reads it like a book. And 5 up is going to be the one to take.
Pass to Durtho!
Oh, but Durtho with the shot. Boise State going up 1-0 with a little bit over 3 on the clock.
And how about a taste of your own medicine? The demo onto Bullseye. All the meanwhile puts Akron down a defender. A brilliant pass to seal the deal, and that will be the lead now picked up by Boise State.
Man, what a shot. And Durtho trying to play a little bit of defense, is able to get the save, but with no boost, it might be a little bit harder to play that defensive end. However, now with Boise State pushing on to the offense, he can go get some boost. He's got some time to burn until it goes over to the defensive side. Mariota Gamer trying to push it up, but nobody in the goal. Bullseye is able to bump Preston out of the way just in time as Woozy barely got a shot on goal. Now the same thing happens to the Broncos, but Preston and Durtho are going to be the ones to save it out of this game.
Durtho is sending it up, looking to try and square it up center field, but here comes the shot now coming through. Durtho will misdirect it. Now Durtho on the aerial.
Oh! Open! So open! It's, man, what an open goal from just begging Durtho to put one in.
That
it called to him.
Was a thing of beauty as the Broncos now 2 up against Akron. This finals in the lower bracket couldn't be more heated, couldn't be more contested. The Broncos won it. Durtho tries to redirect it away from the defender. It was a nice attempt. Not going to go his way, though. Akron still scoreless as Woozy finds a save. Demo comes out from Preston. A demo comes out from Preston again.
And it was on 5
almost coming through. Looking for the final punch, but couldn't find it. Preston will still contest as it goes right above the goal of the Broncos. Quickly, Preston gets into position. And a double demo almost getting them a 3-up.
That could have worked so well, but Bullseye was just playing it too well to get anything done. Woozy is actually going to keep the ball on Akron's side of the field as 5 up looking to make a play. It's going to get knocked out of the air by Durtho. Mariota Gamer looking to do something looking to do the same thing, but it's going to get shut down even earlier. Bullseye trying to race back onto defense, is able to get there, but Mariota Gamer is gone. Currently fighting a 2v3 as 5 up is in front of the goal, in control of the ball. He has the 100 boost. He should be fine to get that thing out of there. However, Woozy still waiting for his moment, like a shark in the water. Preston going to go for the ball. Isn't going to find it, is going to get a little bit beat out by the rest of Akron. However, they have a hill to climb with almost a minute remaining. Akron need to find 2 goals in order to tie things up. Boise State sitting in a very confident spot as Woozy is looking to rescind the ball.
1 minute warning now on your screen. Ooh, Akron gonna go for a shot, but it gets denied thanks to Durtho's demo. Pass over to Woozy. No, Bullseye has the opportunity, gets blocked away, looking for shot number 2. Gets blocked away as well. Preston finds that save. Now Emilio. Ooh, Bullseye so close. It was 5 up. Will finally get Akron on the board.
Yeah, 5 up seems to be the guy who scores a lot of these goals. I mean, you got Bullseye, who's been doing quite a bit in the bumps and the demos. However, 5 up seems to be the guy they pass to for the goals. He seems to be the Durtho or the Preston, or the Durtho or the Woozy of the team, who get things done. But Woozy, he's just gonna put it in. The Spanish, the Spanish. It comes out again. Oh man!
Oh my!
With a bump and a demo, no one's able to get back.
That's a thing of beauty to see executed in that way. It leaves an open goal, and now 2 up, 35 seconds on the clock. The Broncos, they're slowly working their way to match point as we get to the 30-second mark.
It's like, oh, you scored a goal, we'll just score one too. And Woozy's gonna put another one in for good measure. It is going to get blocked out by Bullseye though. It does get It is a little bit off course. However, Preston is going to grab it away before it becomes a problem for the Broncos. Woozy looking to pressure up on the ball, but Bullseye looking to put one in, make this thing doable. But Preston going to get the save onto the goal. 4 seconds remaining. Boise State leading 3-1. And with a single second on the clock, Boise State takes themselves to match point.
What a game. Akron, they tied it up for just a brief second, but Boise State, they are vicious, especially with that Spanish kickoff that they were able to do earlier, leaving the net wide open, extending their lead. They didn't even need that extra point, but you know damn well they are gonna pick it up. And that was some great Rocket League from the Broncos.
And it's not over yet. They got one more game. One more game to really set this in stone. Punch their ticket and get ready to go play in the CRL Grand Finals. This will be a great. This will be great for CRL League. But really, this is going to be a great opportunity for them to really showcase their skills, really get this thing going. Can they keep the momentum pushing, or can they keep this freight train rolling?
What a road it's been for the Broncos, starting off earlier today, fighting their way all the way to semis, coming up just shy. It was Davenport who put them down. Akron would try their luck. Best of 5, they fall down into lower finals, where the Broncos say, we have found our stride, we have found our momentum, and we're ready to show the CRL what this university's program, what this team, what it is all about in Rocket League as they are at match point.
Lucy with an early takeaway to the goal. However, Bullseye is going to take it out, make sure that we can't get an early goal like the last game. 5 up, looking to take a shot, but is going to get demoed for his troubles. Preston with the ball now is trying to fight Meliota Gamer. Isn't going to find, it really isn't going to go either way until Durtho gets involved with an open goal. Durtho with just a textbook shot into the goal.
Look at that long range. From coast to coast once again. It is brilliant from the Broncos. 1 point lead now, getting that first goal within the first 30 seconds. Now off the kickoff, 50-50, Woozy finds a demo. Ooh, Bullseye has a shot though. It's returned by Akron.
Man, Bullseye living up to his name. Just put ball in net. That's what he did. I mean, we saw a little bit of over-aggression out of Boise State, and Preston wasn't quite close enough to really make use of the boost he had. However, we saw, I mean, it's technically 0-0 at 4:20, or at 4:30 left on the clock. So, realistically, it's not any different than last game, where we were sitting at 0-0 until a minute or 2.5 minutes into the game. 5 up, looking to take this ball away, isn't quite going to get any possession of it, as Durtho is going to be the one with it. Actually, nope, 5 up is going to take it right back, and the 100 boost as well. Bullseye with a shot on the goal. It's going to tip right over Durtho, giving Akron another goal, securing them the lead by 1.
Yeah. This is what we expect for a team that took Davenport to 5 games. They're not going to go down without a fight, so the Broncos need to bring their best. Akron with the lead as we go into the next kickoff. 50-50. Preston steals the ball away, sends it into the corner. Doesn't have much boost now, so it does buy time for Akron to make their move. Ball still lies in that corner. Preston needs to take it away, gets it right past 5 up. Looks for the long shot, pumped into the corner as Bullseye finds a save. Durtho on the aerial, looking for the shot, wants the double tap.
Oh, he gets it!
Durtho, that was gross!
Just right down the curve. I mean, just watch this. Uses the ceiling, curves it down, and just right over 5 up. I mean, 5 up may need to look up after that one, because that was nasty.
Absolutely disgusting play coming out of Durtho. It does get us back to a tied game. But here comes Akron getting demoed. It is Durtho. Bullseye now looking for the shot. Gets the flip reset, but Preston acts fast. Durtho already on the pre-read. Goes up into the air. He will find himself up on that sidewall to interfere with the shot. He's looking to be posed by Akron. Bullseye pushes it forward. Woozy breaks right through Bullseye. Milio on the 50-50. It does not go his way, so the Broncos feeling the momentum on their side. They will regather that boost as they look for their next offensive play, and it's coming out of Dirtho, who sends it right back up, gets punched away on the save, being found by Akron. Now Preston's chance, races to it, beats Akron to the punch, pushing it down, but it goes into the corner once more.
And steal, or no, not quite able to steal the 100 boost. Almost was able to get there in time, but the 50-50 goes nowhere. No one's going for it except for Preston, going up into the air, met by 5 up. Nobody really benefited from that interaction with 2.5 minutes left on the clock and ready to go. Dirtho with a shot, going to be blocked out by Bullseye. Preston looking to circle back off the crossbar. No double tap out of Bullseye. I saw the vision. It could have worked, but Meliota is just going to sneak it on in.
Milio finds a shot. It was right out of the corner. You can see Bullseye grabbing that boost all the meanwhile. Milio, they weren't expecting him. Dirtho trying to get in position in time. Woozy taking the low ground for the block. Needed one more defender there. Akron find the lead. But this game is not done yet. 2 minutes, 20 seconds is a lot of time to work.
Indeed, Akron still have a lot of time. They got to play defense or even a little bit of offense in order to get this game to a more likable position for him. Preston going to wrestle the ball out of Bullseye's hands. Woozy going to be the one to grab it once again. However, 5 up continuing to just take control of the ball like he's done all game. Dirtho and Preston both doubling back to protect the goal. They are going to keep the ball away from it. However, 5 up with the flip is going to take the ball up and away. Bullseye trying to get it away. Meliota Gamer is going to go down as well. 5 up trying to get the ball right back over, but it's going to be blocked out by Preston. 1:40 still on the clock.
What can the Broncos do here? You can tell that Akron is playing much faster this time around. They're the ones getting the offense. Heavy bumps coming in, sent over to Preston. Preston needs to get past Bullseye, doesn't find that. Uzi is there. Uzi takes a shot coming in. Tries to find the double tap off of Bullseye, but it goes center field. Demo found by Preston. A chance for Uzi to score, but Bullseye sweeps in, finds the save.
Now, we've been talking about sweeping goals, but there's been a lot of sweeping saves from the side of Akron this time around. Meliota trying to get the ball into place for 5 up, which he's able to do. However, with 3 defenders in spot and a double demo, it might make it a little hard to keep that offensive pressure going. Dirtho with the shot. However, everybody who just got demoed is already back. Meliota trying to do something, isn't quite going to find it with Woozy taking it away. Dirtho passed over to Woozy with off the crossbar. No one there to take the ball, take advantage.
Here comes Dirtho though. A little of a pinching shot coming in. Woozy on the opposite end sends it right past the side of 5 up. 2 defenders there. Milio gets the save. Another attempt now coming out from the Broncos. The boost is low. It's higher for Akron. And finally recharging the Broncos. Now back onto the offensive. Woozy looking to take it into the corner. Bullseye bounces it right off the side wall. Now the net a little bit more open than the Broncos would like. Only 6 more seconds left on the clock. The Broncos want to tie up this game. They don't want to go to a game number 5, but they are anyway. And the championship rounds, we are here as Akron take game number 4.
Game number 4, an incredibly close game, but in the end, Akron just had a few good shots that were able to sneak on by. I mean, they were just pushing it right over the defenders. And as we go into game number 5, both teams sit at match point. This is where all the marbles go into the bag. This is where all of the cows come home. This is where champions are crowned.
And Boise, Akron, both of them would like to join the likes of Baylor University, Davenport University, University of Akron Gold, who already qualified, Ball State University, Wichita State University. All these teams have already qualified in their respective pools. So close we are to getting one more of these teams in. Boise State, they want it, man. They got to match point first, and that's the thing. You do get to breathe a little bit more when you're at match point first. Losing that game Now, this is all that remains. One more game for that deciding qualifier.
Yeah, but that also goes doubly for the people who just got to match point as well. They've had to fight and fight all the way over here. I mean, that might install a little bit of vigor back into them. However, that also means that they've been going incredibly hard trying to keep themselves there. I mean, we have seen these guys play incredibly well as 5UP gets the first initial kickoff over to Woozy, almost putting it in, but Miliota Gamer is going to be the one to take it away. Lots of interference being run on the defensive end from Akron, but the ball really isn't going a whole lot of places. Durtho trying to challenge the ball in the center field as Woozy is going to be the one to take it away this time. Woozy pushing it right in front of the goal is going to be met out by all of the different Akron players. All of them kind of doing a little bit of a triple commit, but with that many bodies on the ball, it is really hard to get things done. With Bullseye continuing to push up the pressure.
All right, now here we go. Durtho looking to get through. Durtho so close to getting a goal, but it gets blocked away. Emilio is there in time, looking for the pass over to Woozy. There's no defenders there. Woozy might be able to grab it, but Durtho accidentally blocks it away thanks to a defender there from Akron, kind of knocking him out of position. So close it is. 0-0 game. This is anyone's series. This is anyone's game. Durtho, Preston will get the ball right into the net, and it's the lead for Boise State University.
That is what you want to see. You want to take the lead early, and Boise State just sneaking it right in there. It almost looked like a Boise State player would be bouncing it out. However, it ended up working out perfectly for him, just in that sweet spot. We are ticking out down to 3 minutes and 50 seconds left in the game as Preston is looking to make sure this ball keeps out of the Boise State lines.
The name of the game might be defense for Boise State if they want to go home with the victory, knowing they will be in the CRL. Now Woozy finds a block, sends it deep, going for the clear, but 50-50 contest, sends it center field. Preston now on the aerial, takes it up high, bumps one out of the way, but quickly the response out of Akron stops the goal from going through. Akron looking to transition it right back over. Durtho finds a holy save to keep Boise in.
Swoops in like Tarzan and just swipes the ball away. Bullseye trying to keep this ball under Akron control. However, Woozy is fighting tooth and nail for it as Durtho once again pulls it towards the Akron lines. Woozy once again going in for the attack. However, 5UP and Emilio are both on the ball pretty much at all times. Bullseye with a shot onto goal is going to go a little bit too narrow as Woozy is going to take it away. Miliota is not going to find it this time around as Bullseye is just waiting for that ball to come towards the goal, especially since the demo on Durtho means that they have to make something happen here very quick.
Ooh, Broncos need to get on defense fast, and Durtho is there. Durtho's been playing spectacular defense all series. Woozy has a chance to go for the shot, but 5UP finds the defense in time. Durtho with the demo. Now backing up, Bullseye into the corner. The ball will go up the sidewall. 5UP looking for the shot. Has someone else to pass to, but just can't get it there in time because, again, this defense from the Broncos, so far so good. Shot comes in. Durtho! My God, man!
You guys are giving me a heart attack. Can we please get the ball onto Akron's side? Holy moly, epic saves all around as 5UP is going to be the one with the ball this time around. Woozy with the ball, pushing it towards the goal. No one's there to reciprocate it. No one's able to take it up, but I mean, I'll take it if it means you guys are playing defense more too. Preston with trying to take the ball. It's going to be Woozy with the save that time around. Durtho and Woozy both looking for this ball, pushing it back over to Akron's side. However, they seem to be content just keeping it in the corner where Akron can't get an easy shot. Woozy looking to challenge the ball, isn't quite going to find it the way he wants as 5UP is going to take control.
All right, now out from the corner comes Preston. Corner to corner, Durtho reads it, bumps it right back over, finds the clear, downfield. Durtho looking to contest. Woozy has to back off. Looking for the save now. Preston sends it up. Emilio is there. Preston still gets through him nonetheless. Now another shot opportunity for Akron. It is going to be denied. 1 minute remains. Looking for the long dunk as Durtho wants the double tap. Has Preston in the back pocket. Preston doesn't get in position in time. Woozy now with the pre-read goes high on the aerial. Doesn't pump 5 up. Instead, looking for the shot. Akron so close. A demo found by Woozy will stop the offense right in its tracks. Durtho up the sidewall as he'll flick it right through.
Yeah, from the looks of things, Durtho trying to take advantage of it just a little bit more. However, Bullseye looking to make a play with 30 seconds left. They just need a goal to tie things up for overtime. However, Preston is going to stop him dead in his tracks and block the goal. But 5 Up is coming out of nowhere to save it out.
And just like that, the game is tied. There's 22 seconds left on the clock. It is anyone's game, anyone's series. Will Broncos be able to pull this off on the kickoff once more? Preston getting a little bit of control onto his side, looking to send it up over the top of 5 Up. Bullseye's there. And Durtho is as well. 50-50 still in the corner, not allowing it to leave that corner. Woozy tries to go in. Demo going to be found by Woozy. Preston off the back, needs to pass it over, but Bullseye's there. Woozy takes the shot. Woozy for the win, can't get it in, and it goes onto the ground. We're going into overtime.
Oh, that was so close to a goal out of Woozy, just a little bit too far, a little bit too wide, and not able to get it quite there as Preston is going to play immaculate defense on the kickoff, not letting anything happen too early. Miliota Gamer going to go back just a little bit more as 5 Up is going to try and take it over to Boise lines. Are a little bit too wide, isn't quite going to find it, and a demo on the Bullseye is going to mean Boise State is back on offense.
Yeah, here comes Durtho off the aerial. Tries to pass it over to Woozy. Woozy off the top. But then here comes Preston. Preston right off the top as well. So close the ball is to going in. Preston won't allow this to go home without a victory. But it pops off the crossbar. Now Woozy again bounces it. Finds his way forward. Looking for the shot to end this game. Both teams fighting tooth and nail. Preston has to back up. Finds the ball in the corner.
Yeah, demo onto Woozy forces them all to back up. Losing manpower is not very fun, but Woozy back in action, looking to take this ball forward. Woozy trying to take it up, is not quite going to find it past 2 defenders as Durtho is trying to play defense, runs out of boost, and luckily for him, he's got a teammate right where he needs to be. A bump onto Miliota is going to stop that advance dead in its tracks. His Bullseye taking the ball right towards the goal, almost putting it in, but luckily for him, he's got the control to take it away. 5 Up looking to push it over. Preston going to find it and rally it right back. Durtho trying to grab that ball, but it's going to go to 5 Up in the end as Woozy looking to pressure it back. Durtho once again taking the ball over the midline, passed over to Woozy, bumped out by Bullseye, not going to really let anything happen. From the looks of things, 5 Up with the shot, it's out! It is not going in today! Oh, what a bounce! A good one for Boise State, as that one might have spelled doom, but 5 Up is going to sneak it in. Man, ending overtime 2-1.
Forged in the flames of lower bracket. Akron, Boise State, both giving their best until the very end. In overtime, game 5. No one would have it any other way, but it's Akron who ultimately come out victorious, just barely beating Boise State University, who were almost able to take that home. So close it was. It was a slugfest between both of these squads, but heartbreak here at Boise State.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was good play out of both teams. You gotta hand it to both of them. Really good play out of both of them. A lot of good shots here and there. Just in the end, more shots went to Akron. They were the ones who took it home.
Yeah, and with that, that does close out the qualifiers for Pool B. Many teams getting through. We talked about it. Baylor over in Pool A were able to find their way into the CRL. And so close. It always definitely hurts, and it definitely does sting to be right on the edge of qualifying. But it's something you can still take forward, move on, and look to give it your best the next time things do come around. And of course, for the tournaments that they are still in, such as the PEC. Our Broncos, it definitely hurts my heart, especially on Durtho's birthday, to see this come to a close. but it is the end of the road in the CRL qualifiers. They will not be making it to league play, but damn, they gave us a run for their money.
Oh yeah, it was a great game for sure, one that will be remembered for a while. I kind of wish Danner was here to see this. I mean, he would be through the roof. He would be over the moon for this game. I mean, what a back and forth close game all the way till the bitter end. I think the biggest differential in score we had was 2. That was crazy.
Yeah. Both of these teams, I mean, they gave it their best, man, and I definitely feel for the Broncos. But again, it's not the end of the road. There's still a lot more Rocket League to be played through multiple tournaments, through multiple years that we have these players. But off of that note, we are going to close out our broadcast. Congratulations to Akron for taking that lower bracket qualifying spot, and we hope to see our Broncos bounce back as they always do. For the broadcast desk, my name is Eric Desrex Patran. This has been Bryce Jensen, and we want to thank you for tuning in. We'll see you next time for more Rocket League.